Well, how do we end up here? Did I call it or did I call it? And we're not going to do this the way you might usually think we're going to do here. What we're going to do is first we're going to start not from the beginning, but sideways from the beginning. Does anyone remember this golden oldie?
Okay, so you're in a relationship. Mm-hmm. How did you meet this man? Did he slide in your DMs?
It wasn't a DM thing. I could feel the vibe that he liked me, but he never like approached me. But I always heard he was into me, but he never approached me. He was very respectful and stuff like that. It was just this one time that I was like, you have to move on. Like, you have to move on. And it's like, no matter how much times you go to the club and think that this is going to distract you, you know what you have to do to move on. In order to move on, you have to be, like getting attention from somebody. If you're so used to getting attention from one person, you have to like get attention from somebody, because at the end of the day, you could party, you could club, you could work, you could job, you could get your hair done. At the end of the day, you kind of want somebody to talk to. You need somebody to talk to.
How did you feel in the beginning? Were you nervous to talk to like a new person?
Yes.
Okay. This part here.
And think that this is going to distract you. You know what you have to do to move on. In order to move on, you have to be, like getting attention from somebody.
You have to be getting attention. Well, at least she is as much in touch with herself as is necessary to understand that much about herself, that for her, attention is everything. Then again, for most females, attention is currency. It's also a drug. It is also sustenance. And that really defines exactly how things were going to go, because once you show what your priorities really are, what it is you really want and what it is you really need, this is where you end up. And so the end isn't just predictable, it's inevitable. And that's exactly what happened.
If you're so used to getting attention from one person, you have to like get attention from somebody, because at the end.
All right, let's go ahead and deal with that next part right there. When you're so used to getting attention from, quote, one person, you notice she paused there, because it's not about getting attention from one person. It is a mirror to you of your value. So the person that you're getting attention from matters, especially for someone like her. The person she's getting attention from matters. Now, you'll all notice she's wearing a New England Patriots jersey up there. Oh, this is all going to age beautifully. And she's letting you know that it's about attention, and I'm letting you know that it was predictable, because she wants attention from a specific type of person. And without that, the attention is worthless. Therefore, she is filtering for a specific individual. That's what she did. And that's what she got.
You could party, you could club, you could work, you could job, you could get your hair done. At the end of the day, you kind of want somebody to talk to. You need somebody to talk to.
How did you feel in the beginning? Were you nervous to talk to like a new person?
Yes. You could tell I was very nervous.
And what was it about him that made you slowly?
I find it hard to believe that Cardi B would be nervous talking to anybody. I just find that difficult to believe.
Keep coming back?
Because sometimes that we would talk, and then sometimes we go like weeks or like a month without talking. And for some reason, like it's almost like he always hit me up like at the right time. He almost hit me up like at the times that I feel uneasy. And I'd be like, I don't know if I should deal with this person, because I know this person, he's a little hot. But
he's a little hot. I don't know if I should deal with this person because he's a little hot. I wonder what she means by a little hot. Well, I think I've got a visual aid right here. This is who Stefon Diggs is. His teammates told the world if there was anybody they would not want their sisters or their daughters dating, it would be him. And this is the reason that she wanted him, because he is a man who gets attention. Most men don't get attention for any reason. Most men are completely nondescript. Most men are completely unremarkable. Stefon Diggs, for good or for ill, is not one of those people. So you have a Cardi B. She ends up here choosing Offset. Once again, a man who has absolutely no problem whatsoever getting attention, and a lot of it, because this is what she needed. She was trying to blow up. She's trying to prove some things about herself. She has an inferiority complex. She is really trying to overcompensate. All right. That's how she ended up with Offset in the first place. She wants a man who gets attention because she's a woman who wants attention, and therefore all eyes have to be on her, and everything she does, all eyes have to be on that. Here's the problem. The problem is you married Offset and then you became a single mom. What? And that's the way that went down. So now you are a niche product. You had a larger base to choose from before, but now you're a niche product. So now she is in a situation where she needs to return to the sexual marketplace. And if you were paying attention, you'll realize that she actually said some things really from the very beginning. She said some things that made it clear from the very beginning exactly what she would be on. Now, folks, for tonight's program, because this is Cardi B, please make sure you don't have the children around, because this is not for kids, period, point blank in the discussion. It is a teaching moment. Oh, we're going to slow roast this tonight. So the first thing I want to do, Jason, what took so long? Because I wanted to make sure that I found all or most of the relevant clips so you can see whether or not you saw a pattern form. Now, she got upset with Offset, if y'all was a bunch of times. And remember when she said this?
Yeah, because it's 2 a.m. and I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. One more motherfucking thing before I get the fuck on out of here, all right? I just want to let motherfuckers know one good shit, right? I don't give a fuck if a nigga talking about, oh, I'm going to expose you, or I'm going to put them text messages that I saw through your phone. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I will expose my own tea. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. Do that. I don't care. You should be happy. You know what you should be? You know what you should be happy? You should be happy that I'm a real gangster ass bitch. At the end of the day, I'm a real gangster ass bitch, and I'm a solid bitch. So one thing I'm not gonna do to you ever is entertaining them, your ops that be in my DMs, trying to suck my pussy. I will never do that, because the op to you is a nigga that wants you dead. And I don't want you dead, because my kids love the fuck out of you. My kids love you down. So I will never do that. And I really follow street codes. I will never be a lame ass bitch that fuck with a nigga op just to get back. No, nigga, I don't have to do that shit. I just gotta fuck a nigga that's better than you.
Oh.
However, I don't give a fuck.
Well, are you all seeing a pattern there? Attention, value, and when she's saying, by the way, when I do make this move, I just need to get a guy who's better than you. And what she means by that is public clout, notoriety, status. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to get a guy better than you. So she let you know from the very jump that was the standard. That was her goal. That's what she was going for. And so at this point now, being a divorcee and now going to be a single mom, there's going to be a specific pool of candidates that she would have to choose from when those are her criteria. So now you get to see where the problem comes in there, because she's checking for a specific type of candidate. It was already going to be tough if you're going to step back out there and to be in a situation of trying this again. Wow. Okay. But we're not done here yet. Let's go ahead and check out another one. Now, like I say, mercifully, these clips are not too long, but once again, pardon her French, Spanish, whichever.
Yo, when I tell you, Nick, the narcissism is all time high. And you know what's so crazy? I really be feeling like when people be saying like narcissist, and everything, I be like, do y'all even know what that word mean? But now I really do see what's a fucking narcissist. You know what's so crazy? I find it so crazy, right? You know what I find so crazy? That a think that they could just buy a bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so Cardi B would denigrate you because you don't make enough money. That data point alone would disqualify you from being with her. You can have everything else, but if you are not paid in full, Cardi B would not even consider you. Ain't that right, ladies? So on the one hand, you would be dismissed out of hand. It would be a deal breaker if you couldn't buy her the world financially. Then when you have a fellow who's operating by that code, now she's complaining because, oh, you think you can buy everything, when she's already made it clear that that is a requirement. That's not an optional thing. That's a requirement. Boy.
I love me shit, but you can buy me no more, motherfucker. And it's so crazy that a think that that's enough. It's not enough, honey. It's just not enough. And you know what's so funny too? I find it funny that think that they could fuck on anything. But when I start talking to you want to threaten me with taking shit that I fucking work my ass off for.
Oh, okay. So this was all out of being spiteful. Oh, got that. Oh, well. So as you can see, this is all very well thought out. Very well thought out here. When you think about it for a few moments, very well thought out. But I'm not done. Not done yet. Why, there was a Twitter space, if you all will remember. There was a Twitter space back in 2023. And I want to remind you about this one.
First of all, let me say,
Not exactly Julie Andrews or The Sound of Music, but
you are guilty of. Sing it with me, y'all. And I see that it is easy for you to blame everything on me. Yes, honey. Listen. Don't pay attention to that country man, y'all. Don't pay attention to the country man. That Spaces the other day, that motherfucker spiraling and thinking shit. Come on now. I'm fucking Cardi B, nigga. I think sometimes motherfuckers forget I'm Cardi B. If I was giving this pussy to anybody, it would be out. I'm not just anybody. Can't fuck me no regular, degular, schmegular, because they gonna tell the world. And I can't fuck nobody in the industry, because they gonna tell too.
well, I do believe I perceive a pattern. And I believe that the pattern that I perceive here is that you notice this. She keeps coming back to, if she's not going to be with Offset, she got to be with a fella on a very high level. So the only thing that was preventing her from jumping, some would leapfrogging, some would say monkey branching, from Offset was that she was looking for a candidate who met her social and financial status requirement. Now, she's coming with some kids from Offset of all people. So that means the candidate is going to have to be a specific candidate. But once again, I want to show you all that this is before things went completely south, and you notice that she's exposing and admitting exactly what her priorities are. This is what she would want in a man. This is what it's got to be. If it's not that, it don't work. But I'll go even further, because this one right here, I believe, was from back in 2018. She spoke to Cosmo magazine. This is an excerpt from Cosmo. And you can see what it says on here. Cardi decided to stay with him, that is Offset, but she has to keep explaining why. Quote, "It's like everybody is coming down on my neck," she says. "Like, why are you not leaving him? You have low self-esteem. I don't have low self-esteem. I know I look good."
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
Ladies, I just want to give a pro tip to all the females out there. There are few things that are more revolting and are more offensive to the audience you're speaking to, especially among men, when you sit up here and say about yourself, "I know I look good." This is like a man saying, "I know I'm a boss. I know I'm the best person at this job." If you have to give yourself that accolade, even if you don't look bad, if you have to give yourself that accolade, that immediately depletes the value of it. It has value when other people say it. It just sounds like you're a bully or a narcissist when you say it. So ladies, pro tip, if you've used the phrase, "I know I look good," just understand in men's eyes, that's not a confirmation. In men's eyes, that's immediately depleting your value. Even if you're a female he's interested in, even if you're a female he's highly desirous to sleep with, you saying those words about yourself, character makes you look ugly. Lack of character makes you look gruesome. I know I look good. I know I'm rich. I know I'm talented. All right. I know I could get any man I want. This was a motif of hers. This was a frequently used cliche and slogan. I can have any man I want. Why didn't you get one that didn't have 5 baby daddies then? What? Damn! Well, 5 baby mamas. And you're going to be number 6. I know I could get any man I want. Any basketball player, football player. Now, you notice she didn't say any scientist, any world leader. Shout out Lisa Ray. She didn't say any tycoon. She didn't say any businessman. When she talks about replacing Offset, it immediately goes to the same place that all the hoes go fishing. The most insecure, immature, because remember, these are guys in their 20s. Can you imagine what most of you would have done think about how you were in your 20s. What was your mindset, fellas? Think about what your mindset was in your 20s, especially your early 20s. You were 21, 22, 23. Imagine you being 21, 22, 23 with your mindset you had back then, and then somebody gave you $50 million. For most men, it would be gone. It would just be gone. Because you can't handle that. You're not mature enough to be able to do so. And you can't see the leeches around you. So notice what she names. She names the low-hanging fruit. So she's allegedly left the strip club, but she's talking like a stripper. But I want to work out my issues with my man, and I don't got to explain why. But you can see what she says. I can get any man I want, any basketball player, football player. this is what she comes to you with. So that was the reason I wanted to play all those sound clips for you all to see. This was her mindset. These were her priorities. This is what she was looking for. Offset definitely knew this. So when it came to her options, she was looking for somebody who got attention. That was very, very important. As a matter of fact, you didn't have value without it. Because you see, in her world, for Cardi B and for most females, and this is something that we have to be deadly honest about, attention does have value, especially for a man. Do you realize women get attention just for looking cute? A man has to get attention for what he has accomplished. So you see, if you're a man who has gained notoriety, if you're a man who's risen to the level that you can be recognized anywhere you go, you're a guy who's accomplished something. You're a guy who's done what 99% of the male population can't do. The majority of the male population, they don't get attention. Most men do not get any attention, recognition, acknowledgement, validation. And when Cardi walks in with a man, she feels like because she feels she gets validation and recognition, he's got to get that too. Otherwise, there's very little value. She feels like it's a drain on her. And to a certain extent, she would be correct to a certain extent. So she wants a man who turns heads. That is status in her world. A man who turns heads. A man who is immediately recognized. And by the way, that is status. Being immediately recognized is status. Well, this is the status she wants. She wants overwhelming social status. She wants overwhelming public status. Because that enhances hers. And that's the reason why it would take a specific candidate to be able to do that. And without that, it doesn't work. Without that, it doesn't work. Now, you all are here because I'm not going to rehash, basic stuff here. If you're here, it's because you know what happened at the Super Bowl. We're going to come back to that in just a few moments. Before we do, I want to remind you of a couple of things, because if you'll all remember, folks were talking. Why, people were talking here before. And what were they saying? Well, here's one right here from July of last year. Cardi B quiets Stefon Diggs breakup rumors with workout video. What? So, do you all remember this one? Oh, yes, I brought all the documentation. Remember this one? Well, we were talking about this before, and I told you all, not a good look. And she immediately quieted the rumors, remember? She didn't leave you hanging out for a week or so. Immediately quieted it. And this is what she wanted. When Stefan Diggs does things, Offset's not going to get mentioned on ESPN. Offset's not going to get mentioned on Fox Sports. Offset's not going to get mentioned on CBS Sports or CBS News like that. Stefan Diggs does. Stefan Diggs is going to be mentioned in most of the places that Offset is mentioned, but he's also going to be mentioned and talked about in a bunch of places that Offset won't be. So as far as she was concerned, Stefan Diggs checking those tremendous boxes, that right there, she's like, okay, we can jump now. We can jump because I will get an immediate boost in recognition. And I know the rest of them hoes are lame and I'm just above their level. So he's going to have to kick it with me. She was all the way in because I want you all to remember something else here as well. Oh boy. I did not bring receipts. I brought invoices. I do not tell you what you paid. I tell you what you owe. Why, this was just a couple months ago, December. Hasn't even been 60 whole days yet. Oh man, the 12 days of hoeing. Yoga with Diggs at holiday event. Stefan, you ain't got to do that to pick up females. He's got them falling out of his ears already without this. But yep, there he is. I mean, with the elf hat on and everything. So she thought we was making a family of some kind, something here. Something here. So I'm just showing you all. She wanted to be seen. She wanted to be seen. And it's not lost on me that, you know, these are places that Offset wouldn't be. These are places that Offset really wouldn't be. I don't think we've seen her and Offset at the gym. I don't think we've seen Offset at the gym at all. So you notice that she's like, okay, I'm going to get attention. It's going to be a different type of attention. He's going to be seen places. She's sitting right next there. So it's giving her drug of being recognized wherever she goes. I keep beating this drum. I keep beating this drum because I want you to be able to recognize the behaviors. Because I would like to go ahead and explain to you all exactly why this occurred, why it was predictable. It's not for the reasons that most other folk are talking about. I want to go in depth about that. So the first thing I want to do here is start with the first thing, that she wants attention, and as a single mother, there's only going to be a specific candidate because she has just eliminated the overwhelming majority of them, because there are only a certain type of male who would be interested in her to begin with, who would be willing to extend his social capital to her to begin with. Without that, it's not going to work. So the first thing is, if I'm going to leave Offset, her first thing was he got to be rich and he got to be famous. The guy has to be rich and famous, and I'll work everything else out. But first of all, he needs to be a guy that I'm going to get attention for. And he needs to be a fellow who's on the incline, not the decline. Shout out Ciara and Russell Wilson. Although Cardi B may have miscalculated here as well. If you all agree with that assessment, give me the television emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,200 people in here live right now. But folks not liking the program. I know it's an impromptu one here. There are reasons for that, which I'll get into here a little bit later, because there's a lot going to be going on this week. But if you all agree with that assessment, give me the television emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. If folks don't like the program, I'll just go ahead and cut it on off. Wouldn't want to tax your patience here. So folks are watching, but if they don't like it, it's like, Jason, you offended me. I'm like, okay, they're Cardi B stans. I get it. I don't want to sit here and offend the Cardi B stans. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. All right, so what happened here? The first thing is, this is what occurs when you grossly overestimate your value. Cardi B figured that because attention has so much value to her, then attention will have the same amount of value to the men that she's interested in. Just like a female will make the miscalculation that, well, if making money enhances a man's status, then me making money will enhance mine. Thus, she says, I know I look good. I know I'm rich. I know I'm talented. Of those three things, two of them have value to men. The third one, here's a hint, the second thing I named, her being rich, that's a flex for men. That's not really a flex for you. Don't get me wrong, it's a perk, but these other things have more value. And yes, I know she bought cars for Offset and stuff. And that's at that point right there. Yeah, that becomes a really good perk. But a man can't say, okay, a chick got to be rich because, well, why do you need her to be rich? Well, she got to come pay these bills. And so that would just extinguish your value as a man. So she's letting you know what the priorities are there. And when she's going back into the marketplace, she's projecting what is valuable to her onto men and saying that's what it needs to be. Now, for her, she's not totally wrong or lying about that. She isn't. So let's just have a really honest moment here for a few seconds. Being recognized is valuable, people. Being recognized is valuable. Being able to be seen is valuable. Having folks know who you are is valuable. Having that kind of status is something you can trade on, socially and otherwise, because remember, Cardi B can't make money if people don't come to see her. For her, it's not valuable if they don't come to see her. They have to come see you. If they don't come see you, then it doesn't count. It doesn't count. So first and foremost, she knows whether it was the strip club, albums, concerts, attention to a female has a tremendous premium because attention for them comes with unearned, tangible benefits. If no one explained the psychology to you, and they didn't, remember, females are always going to see attention differently than men. So stop making a fool of yourself saying that women are stupid for wanting attention. No, a female's experience with attention is radically different from your experience with attention. When a female gets attention, especially when she's young and hadn't had cellulite seep in and, hadn't been stretched out from 3 or 4 kids, just understand when a female gets that kind of gets attention, it's not attention by itself. As I've explained to you all multiple times before, she gets attention plus money, attention plus trips, attention plus concern, attention plus doting, attention plus tangibles, attention plus unearned benefits, unearned financial tangible benefits. So a female's experience with attention is going to be radically different than any man's. A man has to get attention from work, from effort, from accomplishment, from competence, and it can't just be for himself. A female can be pretty all by herself and she gets attention. A man cannot do that. A man can't just get attention and translate that into other things. Right now, everybody's ridiculous hood rat baby mama relative is sitting up here talking about, they so do that. That's exactly what they get there. A man, he can get some. Men don't get females to take care of them at a high level. Sorry, ma'am. You with your CNA job taking care of Pookie. That's not what we're talking about. To all the CNAs out there who trying to dispute me and argue with me in your heads right now, ma'am, yeah, you lost the plot. Yeah, what you're doing is not significant. It's not. You're not buying any big ticket items. You talking about paying a utility bill. You are not leveling him up at all. When men show up with benefits for females, it's to level them up. You're not doing that. You're not doing that. So attention has a unique value, at least as far as female experience is concerned, and men would be very well advised to not discount that. That's the problem. You'd be well advised not to discount it. Recognize how they work and why she would come to that conclusion. Now, the next question would come here is that of all the people possible, why in the hell would it be Stefon Diggs? And this is the part that nobody has said, the interviewers didn't ask, they didn't know, they didn't understand. Folks, the reason that Cardi B chose Stefon Diggs is 2 reasons. Number 1, as I've explained, he is the best she could do. She was angry. She was upset. She was humiliated. She was determined to show Offset and teach him a lesson. And so what she wanted to do was make a move very, very quickly that was going to be very big and very splashy and make a statement that I'm not going to just be out here and single. And by the way, she is the worst monkey brancher, or at least the most tacky monkey brancher ever. This chick was literally sitting up here running around with Stefon Diggs and getting pregnant while she was still married. So she thought that Stefon would fit in well with her agenda. That was her priority. She had an agenda. She's looking for a dude who's going to fit into her game plan, not a fellow who's going to be fighting with her over his own. So when Stefon was available, she said, I'm going to go grab him because, number one, he's the best she could do, even if she didn't want to admit it to herself. Remember, of all the available candidates out there, the actual available ones, the ones she could actually get, this was the best she could do. That's reason number one. This is the best she could do, even if she didn't want to admit it to herself. And reason number two was because she didn't want to have to admit that there had been a mistake made. She didn't want to have to admit that. You see, the bottom line here is that you can tell yourself all kinds of things, but reality is going to step into view. If she had a better class of candidate in her DMs, it would have gone differently. The second problem here is that she thought she was different. He is the best she could do. She knows that she is walking into a situation. She rationalizes to herself, well, he's a single dad and I'll be a single mom and we'll make it work. Yeah, because she needs it to work. Okay, but how you going to make it work? Look at all these other women. Yeah, but I'm different. How many times does she tell you all, I'm Cardi B? I'm Cardi B. And that makes me different. These other chicks are just random Insta thoughts. When I get with Stefon, hey, you're a big hit in sports. I'm a big hit in music. We're a power couple. We go together like peanut butter and jelly. Why would you settle for these other chicks out here when you got access to me? So if you're all wondering, that's why I played those clips for you before, so you can see her psychology. Remember, when a woman goes out into the world, when she's messed up, she doesn't hear what reality is. She hears what she wishes to believe. The message she's been feeding herself, that's the one that gets recycled and regurgitated. So she wanted to believe that she was really that great. She wanted to believe that she was really that special, and that the only problem with Stefan Diggs is he ain't really got down with a real B before. And that once he actually does, things will be different because I'm different. Them other chicks won't be able to hold a candle to me. And of course, Stefon was gassing her head up because, and I'm not going to get into the gay stuff, people. I'm not really going to deal with the gay stuff tonight. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, you can. I do think that there is some justification for people suspecting that because he is doing way too much. However, I'm not going to focus on that necessarily tonight, but yeah, you can take a look at that. You can take a look at that. By the way, folks don't like the program here tonight. Okay. Let me go ahead and say this. Stefon was gassing her head up and he was letting her hear things, which is what he told her, because Stefan Diggs values himself on conquests. You've heard this from men before. Here's the issue here. The issue for Stefon is that this all works for him because he's diluting the child support pool. The more children you have by more women, the less you have to pay each individual one. In Cardi's case, probably don't have to pay her anything, so that was a positive. When you are a broken person, you go looking to make associations and connections to broken people. And that is what you have here. A broken female who has broken strategies and broken thoughts and broken agendas and broken ideas. And she is indicative of the female population today. She is indicative of the female population today. And that's why she's there. Now, to make matters even worse, what happened at the Super Bowl? What she found out at the Super Bowl was what I've been saying the entire time. DJ Academic said, ladies, you can have a fella who's lit or you can have a fella who's loyal. Those are going to be your choices, ladies. You're going to have a choice between a man who is lit and a man who is loyal. Now, 99% of the female population, they want a man who is lit, but why? They want a man who's lit because, once again, remember the female experience. The female, relative to men, the female experience is that they're lit. Fellas, you meet it every day. These 4s and 5s who swear up and down that they're 9s and 10s. You know, I'm not using the even number metric tonight. But the point is, women believe they're just lit by default, as I explained to you before, because people keep walking up to them and giving them things, offering them things, hell, demanding that she take what they've got. So females by default assume that they are lit. So they don't think there's anything unreasonable about demanding a man who is also lit because, well, she lit. And that's where this comes from. Well, Stefan knows how to play the game. Let's be very, very clear. All the women recognize him. They recognize him. They know who he is. He's gone out of his way to be seen and recognized. So this is where he gets value, and he knows having women gathered around him like this only raises his value more. Why? Because it shows there's competition. Baby, if you don't want it, that's perfectly fine. Don't you see he's beating off the chicks with a damn stick? Don't you see he's got to go? Take a look at this situation right here. This is something that 99.9% of the male population never experiences in their lives. He's got 3 females in swimsuits literally all up on him. And do you see how close they are to each other? It's not intimidating them or nothing. They don't give a damn that there's another female sitting there. Take a look at that. You saw that right there, didn't you? I mean, we talking about close personal contact. Personal contact. Do you see it stopping them? This is something that practically none of the male population experiences. Only the top 1% gets this. Women who are literally all over each other trying to get next to him. Not just one, a group of them. Because when you see the video start, you can see there's a bunch behind him. So it's like, yeah, take a look at this. I don't know if that's a male's reflection back there in the back, but you take a look. Almost a half dozen females in the frame. None of them are big, well, except okay. Stefan's rate for fit females is much higher than the general population. And the point is, you see how they're all over each other. I'm banging that one because this right here is rare air. Now, what does this communicate to any female? Baby, he's not missing you. If you pull up, great. If you don't, he didn't even know you weren't there. He literally can't see you through all these other people. That's the issue. So when you consider that, take a look at how the female's acting. By the way, is anybody scowling? No, it's not just money. Status is not just money. Go take a look at your Powerball winners. To anybody talking about it's a Powerball issue, please go take a look at the last 4 or 5 men who won the Powerball and tell me that you ever saw a picture like this. Fellas got to stop being simplistic and spiteful. This doesn't happen for most of the guys in Silicon Valley. Having Powerball money ain't enough. There are plenty of fellas out there with Powerball money, and this don't happen. For the majority of the male population, Powerball money ain't moving women like this. Stefon Diggs is on a team that everybody knows is the winningest Superbowl team ever. They know he's in the middle of things. They've seen his face. He gets mentioned. They know that they're going to be seen just sitting next to him. They know that you are going to be seen just sitting next to Stefon Diggs. That's what they want. Powerball money don't do that. A man, might not have to like how he deals with women, but let's just keep it real. As a football player, you don't get to the NFL if you ain't good, and you don't get to the starting lineup if you're not one of the best. Now, his performance may have taken a hit in the last year or so, but you don't get to the level that this man has achieved if you don't know what you're doing. If you're not actually productive, you don't get where he's gotten. You don't get where he has gotten. And that's just it. That's just it. So this is what the women gravitate to. He is well known. He's got status. He's accomplished. He is respected among other men. When you say his name around other men, they immediately know who he is and they immediately respect his accomplishment. So this is everything the ladies are looking for. And the bottom line is that when they see him, you take a look, the women are literally falling over each other just to get next to him. So you think he's mad or upset if you don't like him? If he's not your cup of tea? He's like, dude, you're doing me a favor. I'm already flooded with hoes over here. You did me a favor by leaving. Thank you. This is his life. Cardi B did not give this to him, so that's proof that he's got that status better than her. And that is essential. She doesn't have to guess if he comes approved. He already does. She doesn't have to wonder if he's got that. He already does. He already does. That's the issue. Do you understand what a niche product that is? That's the point I'm saying here. Cardi B, if you're going to re-enter the sexual marketplace, you have to be devastatingly honest with yourself about what it is you're about to go walking back into. If you're going to replace Offset and still be that chick at the Grammys, that chick at the American Music Awards, that chick on the red carpet, baby, it's going to take a specific candidate to make that happen. So that's what she meant by I can't do regular smegular, because she doesn't want to go out like Mackenzie Bezos. She doesn't want to go out like Mackenzie Bezos. She doesn't want to go out like these other chicks. They ended up with some nobody. Cardi B has worked all these years, and I respect it. She's worked all these years to become a somebody, to become someone of significance. She don't want to just be a regular chick from the Bronx. She wants to be a somebody, and she has achieved it by hook or by crook, by hell or high water. She's done it, and I respect that. Well, that's the reason that she cannot settle for a man who's not a somebody, because she respects being a somebody. She respects that. Okay, but then again, so do the majority of the female population. Well, Cardi, here's where I got to lay these negative vibes on you. This is where I got to do this part right here. Because the truth of the matter is, baby, this is Offset's revenge.
And deal with it, nigga.
This is Offset's revenge, ma'am. It wasn't him who couldn't replace you with another stripper. It's you who can't replace him. Which is what she's finding out. The list of available candidates, you're not what they're looking for. You need a fellow with maturity issues who's not going to be that serious and whatnot. Okay, but guys like that are not serious about a lot of things, including you, especially the women around them. They're not serious about y'all like that. You were about as serious as he could get. For the men who are actually disciplined and not going to have you out here looking crazy, you don't qualify for them, and you never did. Now, Cardi B, there are fellas out there who may be sensible and disciplined and are willing to take you with your kids, but they are not going to be on Offset's level or above. They're not going to have the money. They will not have the status. They're not going to put their reputations out there because, baby, you were literally screaming. You all, I'm not going to play it again for you all tonight because we already did it on the previous program about Cardi B. She was literally screaming on Twitter Space. Literally screaming on Instagram that she hopes Offset dies. That she hates you. I hope you die. I would bust a bottle over your head. She was literally screaming that. Now, a man who works at a Fortune 500 company, a man who's a vice president somewhere, a man who is who's making seven figures, who's going to sign up to be next in line to be subjected to that? Just because you're okay with your spazzing out and bipolarism, who's the candidate that you think he's going to be like, oh, that's cool? Sure. What could possibly go wrong? She's literally sitting there tatted up, hood ratted up, got the kids, and here she has no problem going to Instagram, TikTok, or whatever to put y'all's business in the streets. Baby, only somebody in the entertainment world who needs attention for a living, that's the only place where that's not going to be mortally offensive. In the sensible, regular world, that's a deal breaker. That's a zero tolerance event. You don't get to do that in the real world. You don't get to do that. And that's where she is now. She's bringing that specific screeching set of tools and deluded herself into thinking that I can replace Offset. The other issue is that she's finding this out the hard way. Remember, she's only 33 years old. She's only 33 years old, so she was in her 20s when she began this nonsense. She thought them DMs were serious, y'all.
Oh, please.
She, like so many other females, she thought what was happening in her DMs was serious. She thought that the fellas stacked in her DMs, that she was just one DM away from a fella above Offset's level who would commit to her. She thought she was just one DM away. And she found out, baby, you're not a DM away. You are light years away. Your DMs are the same as every other chick's. They gonna come for the layup and say they laid up with Cardi B, and that's it. And what she found out is that if she ever clicked on those DMs, that was all that was waiting. So the best candidate she could find out of all that just tells you what was in her DMs. People, if she settled on Stefon Diggs, a fella who had another chick pregnant at the time she got with him, if she got with Stefon Diggs, that tells you what was in her DMs. I don't have to ask what was in her DMs. Oh, you went off with Stefon Diggs? Oh, okay. That was what was in your DMs. I know, not anything like him. If he was the best you could do, I know your DMs was trash. You're Cardi B. I'm Cardi B. I'm Cardi B. You're Cardi B, and your DMs are a dumpster fire. which is the reason that Stefan ended up being the finalist, because that was all that was really responding. Everybody else was like, yeah, we'll pass. We'll pass. The other reason here, and this one is more concerning. We all know that Cardi B is very emotional. We all know that Cardi B is very temperamental. We all know that Cardi B is prone to mood swings and other things. And oh yeah, that plays a part in this too. She got very emotional, and rather than sit by herself, she immediately made an impulsive decision. I'm going to leave Offset. I found another guy. I get attention, but that's not enough. So you see, she kept ratcheting up what she had to do, pardon the expression, because she was trying to sever it in her own head. And what she settled on is, well, if we have a baby, then I can move on from Offset. The only reason I'm thinking about Offset is because we got kids together. If I have a kid with somebody else, well, then I'll focus that energy over there, right? And that was the calculus that she made. And if she can get attention and whatnot from another man over there, and it'll be just as good, won't it? Demonstrating how in the hell you ended up in this situation to begin with. That was what she did. Now, to add insult to injury, of everything else that was going on, to add insult to injury, I know a lot of y'all might have seen this, but let me go ahead and just throw this out there for you here. There is Stefan Diggs, and this is the other thing that folks are talking about, is that at the game, Stefan brought some of his baby mamas.
Nigga, what?
And then he shows up with this chick here. Her name is Pre, and she's one of Offset's exes.
What?
So, yeah, not only did he go to the Super Bowl and bring other baby mamas, but he shows up and there's Offset's ex, and we all know Stefon Diggs don't touch no female that he ain't laying up with. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. Stefon Diggs wanted to send Cardi B a message. He wanted to send Cardi B a message, heifer, I don't fool with you. He wanted to humiliate her. He did it, and he did it in front of a bunch of folk. They say like allegedly she spent $1 million for her family and friends to be there and party and stuff. And you can all see a man doesn't do something this egregious. That's not accidental. He did that because he was sending Cardi B a message. You've been talking trash. You're difficult. We see what she did with Offset, so you know she's talking to him the same way. She's wilding out. She's slick at the mouth. She's profane. She's trying to check you. She's trying to belittle you. Okay. He was just like, you know what? Let me show you something. Hey, why don't you see how Offset's ex tastes?
Damn!
Hey, Cardi, by the way, baby, let me give you a chance to see what your ex-husband's mistress tastes like. I suspect that's in the offing. That he wanted to show her what Offset's, by the way, baby, not only that. Yeah, let me show you a blast from the past. Do you remember this chick here? Yeah, she's back. She's back. Cardi B can't ignore this. Not only did he bring them other folks, now he done brought one of Offset's chicks. That's to send you a message that you are so disliked that people are just ganging up to disrespect you and clown you now. This is where you at. So he did this on purpose to send her a message. All that slick at the mouth you got and whatnot. It's like, baby, look here. Two of us can play this game and I can make you look like an ass in front of the world. And he did. And he did. He did. And that brings us back 720 degrees, full circle to Offset. That brings us back to him. Because you see, Offset is out there somewhere tonight, sipping on something, laying next to somebody. And he is saying exactly what he should be saying. Yeah. Yeah, thought you was gonna show me something. Thought you was gonna trade me in. Yeah, you got it in front of the whole damn world. Thought you was gonna clown me. Thought you was gonna trade me in. Why ain't you ain't make it 12 damn months for these streets showed you what the deal was? You didn't even make it 12 months before these streets showed you what real was. You ain't even make it that damn long. Man, look here. He ain't got a problem with that. If you think he's upset about a damn thing, you are silly. He does not have a problem with that. Not at all. In the chat room, Amarta06, I'm so glad you said that. Let me go ahead and get the Zoom link up here, as a matter of fact. I'd like for you to go ahead and educate us a bit more on this. So let me go ahead and get the Zoom link up here for Amarta06. I'm so glad you said that. So glad you said that. So now you can go ahead and take an opportunity here to educate us about this. I want you to go ahead and take an opportunity to educate us. So we need more information, if you will. Can you feel me? I'd like for you to go ahead and fill us on in about that, because I don't understand what you mean. Do not type in the chat room anymore. We need for you to be up here on Zoom so we can go ahead and politic. Let me go ahead and throw the Zoom link up here, as a matter of fact. Let me go ahead and pin the Zoom link to the top of the chat room here. We got Amara06 here. We'll give her 2 minutes to be on Zoom for us, so that we can go ahead and discuss that. Very glad to have you here with us. Yeah, I mean, Offset is somewhere right now doing the Birdman hand rub, laying back like, hey, bruh, it is what it is. She didn't know. She thought she was going to do better than me. And that nigga Stefon Diggs is the best you could do. Do you think that Offset didn't realize he won right then at that moment? Baby, if Stefon Diggs was anywhere on your radar, it's like, baby, oh, you already done showed your hand. Ain't nothing waiting for you in these streets. Ain't nothing waiting for you in these streets. Offset was the best you could do. He's the best you could do. And you wanted to sit up here and try to fight against reality and physics and then found out, nope, he's the best you can do. He really is. That's the best you could do. Now you've made matters worse. She doesn't want to show up. She doesn't want to be seen. She doesn't want to do any of that now. I mean, hey, y'all, nothing sends a hoe back inside like when it goes bad from when she was outside.
Deal with it, nigga.
Nothing sends a broad back. Chicks talk about going outside. Nothing sends them back inside faster than they sit up here and mess around and go get bad outside. She went outside. She got the brakes knocked off of her in front of the world. She tried to talk like it was okay. And when it was done, it's like, baby, you in a worse situation you were before. You got a baby by Stefon Diggs. You got to share Stefan Diggs. So you were mad at Offset. Offset's like, okay, so you was upset with me, but Stefan Diggs is all right. She just thought she was going to teach Stefan a lesson. Wound up teaching herself one. Let me go ahead and jump on Zoom over here right quick. Let me see who we got here. Now, if this is Amara here on Zoom, we're not going to put you on YouTube, but just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues, make sure you have it on for me. There you go. All right, ma'am, please enlighten me.
No, I am not on Cardi B's side. I was just remembering an article that I read maybe like a month ago saying that what's his name? Stefon Diggs. I have a court case happening.
Stefan Diggs.
Stefan Diggs. I have a court case with one of his other baby mother, where like he's pressing charging on him on conviction or something.
Okay, well, he hasn't been convicted of anything yet.
Because I read that somewhere maybe a few weeks ago. I'm not
okay. Well, there's
exactly sure.
Apparently there was a chef or something, and I'm just saying, if you're hanging out with Stefan Diggs, you're gonna do more than just cook. So, and apparently she was. And when you get into the details of it, yeah, it sounds like a shakedown situation, to be totally honest. However, I'm just curious why that was relevant.
No, just remembering the little facts I remember about his story, but I'm not.
Yes, ma'am. I get that. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out why it was relevant, though.
Not sure why. I just want to share that.
Okay. Well, she wanted to share that. So why did you want to share it with us here? Why was that relevant to share it?
I'm not sure why. Sorry,
okay.
Jason.
Oh boy, I don't. You wouldn't. I don't believe that. She's repping the Caribbean. We're gonna come back to that in just a few moments here. We're gonna come back because I've wonderful accent, by the way. Here's the thing. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't. And here's the reason why it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to Cardi B. Let me go ahead and put on y'all's screen right quick. Ma'am, it doesn't matter. Take a look on your screens, y'all. This is his reality right here. He's flooded with chicks. He can't get on the damn boat. He can barely get himself on there without them being on there. This is what it comes down to. So with that being the case, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if he gets convicted, will it matter to the females? Will it matter to baby mama number 7 or 8? Because you know there's going to be another one. What? So when you bring it up there, the first question is, who will it matter to? Okay, ma'am, I doesn't see you.
No,
maybe she disappeared. No, we're having a conversation. Don't worry, you're not going to get flamed. We're having a conversation. Don't worry, you're not going to get roasted.
It was just something I came across a few weeks ago.
Okay, well, I get that part. What I'm saying, though, is I'm having a moment here to articulate that for you.
And I think the video, too, that you're showing.
I think she's having trouble hearing me on an iPhone 3. I think that might be an issue there. Yeah. Turn your volume up, ma'am. Okay. I think she's having trouble with the iPhone 3. The reason I'm explaining it to you is because this is a teaching moment. I'm not sure if you thought it was relevant. I'm not sure if you thought it mattered. I'm not sure who you might have thought it mattered to. I'm taking this as a moment to say, by the way, nobody cares. Cardi B, if Cardi B met him after this, the only thing that can hurt him is if he gets kicked out the league. Now, that's the only thing that could hurt him, is if he gets kicked out of the league. Now, if the NFL does a Ray Rice on him, that's going to be a problem. Literally anything short of that is not going to affect him. It will not change what the women think, because his status won't change and his money won't change. So the things that they showed up for, he'll still have it. So that's why I was asking repeatedly, okay, why does that matter? How is that relevant? Other than just saying this out there, it's not a negative. Unless he gets kicked out the league, it's not a negative. Now let me find out here, where's that accent from?
Jamaican.
All right, that's good. So we're representing out there too. All right, thank you for giving us a call.
Take care.
She was all nervous. No, she wasn't going to get roasted there. But I want to have an opportunity to speak that there to you because, like I say, look, Stefon Diggs, I'm no fan. You already know that. But I'm going to be honest about what I see because I want us to stop being dishonest about what it is. And this is going to be a week for that. You're going to start noticing that this is going to be a pattern that you're going to see. And this is going to be a motif that's going to keep coming up here, folks. We need to be honest about what it really is. We don't need women saying negative things about Stefon, knowing damn well that for most women, if they had the opportunity to be one of them chicks in a swimsuit right there, they would be right in line with the rest. Now, maybe you wouldn't have a baby with him, but you're also not going to go running off the damn boat screaming. You're not going to do that either. You are not going to give Stefon Diggs what you gave the glasses wearing, pocket protector wearing nerd back in college. You ain't going to give that kind of smoke to Stefon. So let's just stop it with the false flagging. Let's stop with that. This idea that you're going to try to convince people that, oh, it's not that good. And I would never do that. I would never go for a guy like that. I would never want a fella like that. Oh, I would never want to be with somebody like Stefon Diggs. I mean, we already know the deal here. That's what you all are going to say as a group. You're all going to say what you wouldn't do, and then we take a look back over the sexual history. It's like, baby, you've been with fellas way bummier than Stefon. So the issue here becomes when we cannot have an honest conversation about what people actually want, and particularly what the women actually want, then they start gaslighting and trying to be deceptive. It's like, baby, if you had an opportunity to sit there on that boat, this is what you would do if there were other women, and we can only imagine what you would do if it were just you and him. It's very easy for you to say what you wouldn't do when you're not even a candidate. It is very easy for you to say what you would or would not do when you're not even a candidate. It's a lot harder if you actually had the opportunity. What would you do then? And I'm not saying that you would marry him or whatever. What I am saying is that for the majority of females, if they were honest, the first thing you would do is you would think about your ex. You would think about the girls you were in school with. You would think about the females in your family. And you're thinking about what the hell, how are they going to respond when you walk through the damn door and one of the headliners from the New England Patriots is walking with you. Females been fawning over athletes their whole lives. And you want us to believe that if you actually had a chance to show up at the family reunion or the family barbecue or at the mall, you had a chance to walk through the mall hand in hand with Stefon Diggs without having to explain your status to him or to anybody else, without having to explain anything to them, that you just be seen with him and acting like you wouldn't do it? Acting like you wouldn't do it. Hell yeah, practically all of you would. Not going to have kids with it. I'm not saying you have to have kids or get married or nothing, but you are not going to turn down the opportunity to get that level of shine. Because let's be clear, women love a man who's famous, but they adore a man who's infamous.
Damn!
Stefon Diggs is infamous. Stefon Diggs is a raconteur. That's not a negative for women. Let's just be honest about it here, ladies. You see yourselves the same way Cardi B does. I'll be different. I'll be special. I'm not like them. I'm different. I'm special. I'm a rare breed. I'm not like the rest of these chicks. That's the real issue. He been hanging out with Insta sluts and Cardi B. If he could just be with a regular, smegular, down-home female, everything would be great. That's what you're saying. Everything would be fine if he would just do that. So if you had your chance to go roll with him for a little bit, just to go to the mall, to sit in his Ferrari and folks see you and you wouldn't have to explain yourself to anyone, hell yeah. The problem we have is that you all don't want to be honest about that. So you'll say this stuff in a chat room or you'll say it on a phone, and then fellas will be sitting there, well, I mean, yeah, women don't really like that. Okay, and then in real life, look how you'll treat them. Look how you'll treat them. Look how you'll respond in real life. So the fellas can't listen to none of this stuff you all are saying. To the women trying to convince somebody that they wouldn't go for it. This is misinformation. The majority of you saying that is you're only saying that because you don't think you'll ever have the opportunity to do it. None of these females listen to me live or recorded. None of you have ever been in an NFL press box. None of you absolutely have been in an NFL VIP suite at the stadium where Taylor Swift is sitting at. You ain't never been there. So it's very easy for you to say what wouldn't impress you and wouldn't make an impression on you when you don't even have the option. If you did, you'd see all of this radically differently. If you did. If you did. So if we're going to have a conversation, we need to have a conversation about what's actually real. So first and foremost, let's not sit up here and fake on Stefan Diggs shine, because women don't care about other women like that. Women are concerned about what she gonna get. And at that point, the other females become invisible. Why? Because they're not in the room. If they're not in the room, they are non-factors. If he's got kids with these other women, well, that was before me. I'm only concerned about what happens with me. And here we go. So let's stop with the false flagging and the misinformation. Let's just be honest about what you all will really accept. You're fine with the Stefan Diggs if you think that you could actually conquer him, or if he was worth the trouble. So as long as Stefan is worth the trouble, it's like, okay, well, I got my slot. There you go. Because it would be different if every man, if he had a lot of competition. You take a look at his income, his notoriety, his accomplishment. He doesn't have a lot of competition like that. These are things that can't be faked. A fella can't fake recognition at that level. And as a woman, that matters to you. That matters to you as a woman. Every female has dreamt of her Cinderella moment. When she walks into a place, when you go to a place with Stefan Diggs, just something as simple as going to the gym, for the few females who will go, just as simple as something going to the gym. You go there and baby, everybody's looking at you. You sit there and play around and piddle around and pretend you're doing something on the cable flies, and okay, but everybody's looking and you're like, okay, I got my money's worth. I could never get this with somebody else. And that's what Stefan understands, baby. You ain't going to get the level of shine that he got unless you get another ball player at his level. It can't just be another one. It's got to be another one at his level. And that's the part that Offset knew. Offset knew this. Folks, it wasn't a matter of whether you liked Offset or not. I said from the beginning, baby, you ain't going to be able to do better than Offset. This is the best. He is the pinnacle. There's not another man who's going to offer you what Offset has. For better or worse, this what it's going to be. Now, let me explain to you why, and this will dovetail off of tomorrow night's program. What? That's right. I'm on tonight, but we will also be on tomorrow night. And this dovetails off of that. Do you know how damn hard it is? How incredibly, unbelievably difficult it is to be a man making 7 figures, much less making 8. Remember, NFL athletes, they've been doing it since they were 8, 9, 10 years old. You talk about the children of Tai Chi and the Shaolin monks. An NFL athlete has been doing this since he was in elementary school, since he was a 4th grader or a 5th grader, while you were up there and didn't even know what a makeup kit was or lipstick was. He been doing it since that time, like the Spartans. What I'm saying is that he had to sacrifice his formative years. That's how hard it is. And he's probably going to have to do this for a decade to get good enough to go to the NFL. And remember, he's going to have genetic traits that are going to come into play. So there will be things beyond his ability to control that are going to decide whether or not he can do this. That you don't get to go to the NFL just by working hard. You got to have genetics, no injuries. There's a number of other things that are just beyond your control that you have to have also. Do you know how damn hard that is? The women act like it was just given to these fellas. Even for them, baby, that's not something that's given to them. That's a decade of commitment and work and consistency and blood, sweat, and years. And you think those are just growing on trees? For a fella to go through all of that and he beat out all the other candidates who likewise were training for a decade. It's only when they get to college that they find out whether or not they're good enough to make the grade. Okay, but all of them have been training for a decade. You all go watch a college football game. All those young men out there were training for the previous decade. All of them. Yeah, and when we get done, only a couple dozen of you are going to keep going. For the rest of you, the previous decade, 12, 13 years, hope you had fun, because that's all you're going to get. There's only going to be about 1 or 2 dozen of you that we're going to take. There's 1,000 of you here. We're only going to take 1 or 2 dozen. And out of that 1 or 2 dozen, half of you will not still be playing in 5 years. You'll either be 3rd string or you'll be out of the league altogether, either because you weren't good enough or because of injuries. Now, when you take a look at the math, not your feelings, ma'am, not what you wish or fantasize, when we take a look at the actual math, do you see how outrageously challenging that is? That he spent 10 years beating out all the rest of the competition, and if he becomes a starter, do you realize that means he's one of the elite? In a profession that you can't get to the NFL if you're not one of the elite. If he's a starter, that means he's the elite of the elite. And you telling yourself that that's the same as putting on makeup or putting on lipstick? Silliness personified. Now I'm going to expand that beyond sports, because it's not easy for anybody doing that. You're looking for a man to get to a 7 or 8 figure level. If he's lucky, he can win the sports lottery and maybe get there in 10 or 12 years. If he's a regular man, he's going to spend closer to 20 or 30 years. For a regular man who doesn't win the sports lottery or the gambling lottery, it's going to take him 20 or 30 years at least. You're not going to just get that. You're going to have to work your ass off, whether it's legal money or even illegal money. Ain't nobody handing a man 7 or 8 figures for nothing. You're going to have to make that work. So for a man, do you realize how damn hard that is? It's outrageously difficult. Only the top half of 1% are ever going to get there. And that's after decades of work, commitment, constant attention, repetition, relentless pursuit. No, he's got to be on that 24 hours a day. And that brings us to the next part. And I want to send this message tonight. I'm being diplomatic. Ladies, somebody got to keep it real for y'all. I'm sending this message tonight to every female out there. Baby, you didn't get into the mirror. You don't go to the gym, for those of you who do, to keep yourself from looking like Chewbacca the damn Wookiee. You don't do that and learn how to do your hair, learn how to do your makeup, learn how to work out, learn how to walk in heels so you can wear the best clothes and look the best. So your presentation is the best. You didn't do that so that you could choose a man from the bottom of the barrel.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let's just stop with the bull crap. Ladies, there's not a single one of you who's doing that and saying, okay, let me go. I did all this work and put in all this effort, and I'm looking for a average Joe at the bottom of the clearance bin. That's my preferred candidate. That's not why you did all that work, ma'am. You put in all that effort because you want selectivity. You want options. You want to pick and choose who you gonna be with, and you preferably want to choose the best. And you do not care about the other candidates who get disqualified. That's their problem. You're concerned about what you worked for, and you're expecting to get the same thing. You're expecting to get the same thing. Well, guess what, ladies? That's the same thing it is for men. It's the same way for men. A man does not work his ass off for 20, 30 years to become 7 or 8 figures so that he to be with just anybody. A man who works for 7 to 8 figures, he did that so he has options and choices. No man works to make 7 to 8 figures to be with one woman.
Damn!
None. I don't give a damn who you with. I don't care how nice he seems, how religious he seems, how square, straight-laced. No man goes through all that effort because he's got a single female in mind. And I know that's the female fantasy. You look, this is where women get screwed up and messed up at. Women have this really bizarre thing in their head, this really bizarre delusion that she's going to get a man who can have any woman he wants. Women are flocking to him, knocking each other over, fist fighting, falling out over him, all of them smiling. They're not giving any of that, stone face they give men. While all these other women are smiling and being soft and girly and demure. And you see that? Well, yeah, he's got all those options, but he only has eyes for me. Yes, I want a man who's got all these options and all these other females, but he only has eyes for me. So she wants all those contradictions. I want him to have that, but I want him to have access to all these other women, but only want me. Okay, here's the next question, ladies. If he's got access to the baddest of the bad, then is he only going to have eyes for you are you the baddest of the bad? If your man has access to the baddest of the bad, but you want him to ignore all of them for you, are you the baddest of the bad? Or are you a downgrade from what else he got access to? Let me jump over here on Zoom right quick and see who and what we got. I got somebody here on Zoom. By the way, if you all want to give me a call up, you can go ahead and do that. The link to the Zoom is there in the chat room. Whoever is on Zoom there, I don't see anything. Everything is all black. So I'll give you 5 seconds to get that sorted out for me here. Then we're going to go ahead and move on. I'll give you 3 more seconds here to go ahead and get that sorted out. And then we're going to have to move on. I can give you 1 more second here to get that sorted out. And then we're going to have to move on. All right, whoever it was there, they are having lighting difficulties here. By the way, folks, if you call up on Zoom, make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on. YouTube is not going to see you. It's just make sure we don't have any trolling issues, but please make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on for us here. This is a brutal reality and a brutal wake-up call here. Oh, boy, I got some ladies in the chat room crying tonight. Ladies, it is what it is. I said this 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. It has not changed. It will not change after this. No man works his ass off so he can have one woman. No man works to get to 7 or 8 because you don't have to. A fella can make $60,000 a year and have one female. He can just do average, ordinary work and have one female. He can make 6 figures and damn sure have one female. Why does he need to go to the incredible effort of 7 and 8 figures, all that unnecessary labor, just so he can get what the guy making $40,000 a year is getting? If he's going to get the same thing that the fellow working at Big Lots is getting, then why does he have to do all this extra damn work for you? He's getting the same thing. No, they don't like it when you use that logic. It's like, you shouldn't want the same thing I want. Okay, that exploitation delusion. They don't want a man who's, just wants less. They want a man who's stupid. All right, let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom right quick. I think I got Ike here on Zoom. What's on your mind, Ike? Sir, you're on.
What's up? All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We hear you the whole time. What's on your mind, brother? You slowing us down?
My bad. I wanted to show you something real quick. So this is my college jersey right here. Played for a major Division I.
I see patches and all.
Yeah. So you hit something when you were saying about how there's a percentage of men who don't experience that. What you say? How you put it? That don't experience that attention from women. And you got to realize most of these dudes that make it to that level, they never really had experience with women. So when you're on a football team, particularly on a predominantly white institution, being on the football team or the basketball team or whatever, it's like being on the most exclusive frat on campus. All the women want to be around you, white, black, doesn't matter. You get all the benefits. You're skipping classes. You got people trying to do your homework for you. I played before the NIL situation, so you were getting money under the table, not like these kids are now. So most guys don't experience that. You get invited to all the parties and all that. And what happens is if you don't have solid leadership and mentorship around you, you can get lost. And most of these dudes, and I wasn't particularly gifted athletically. I was one of those guys that worked hard, and I was okay, but I wasn't by any means a starter on my team. I was a major contributor, but I wasn't a starter. And those guys there was guys on your team that could just wake up, jump out of bed, and be the biggest, fastest, and strongest. And like you said, you attribute that to genetics, right? But those same guys, they never really had to form some sort of how I put it, they never had to form game, really, because women would just throw themselves at those top dudes. Even the guys that I would say were in my caliber, right? That the women on campus knew who I was. They knew I played football, but I wasn't the star player on the team. And I still, did my thing. I'm not going to go into that out of respect for, But anyway, Stefan Diggs is one of those guys, man. He was gifted talently, athletically. Him and his brother actually are both NFL players. And they made millions of dollars right up front. They didn't have to really woo women and raise them up and have games. Women just throw themselves at them. Man. I get it, how he ended up where he is right now.
Yeah, I mean, people are not used to the idea of male privilege like that. I mean, because males don't have privilege. You got to earn it. We don't get things just for, quote, looking cute. We don't get anything of any significance. There's some stupid females out there now. Y'all get things. No, we don't. You didn't have any fellas. No, males do not have the experience of being in college and a female in her 40s in good shape. She's well paid. She's well put together. And she's offering to fly him to Dubai, to Cancun. Men don't get that at all. Zero. That doesn't happen for men. Period. It doesn't happen.
I don't. Nope.
It doesn't matter how hard you work. It doesn't matter what you do. You was in college playing football. Wasn't no females offering you. You didn't have that. That is an option. Even as a football player. That's just not an option for you. You either got to make it or you don't get it.
I mean, the most I would get maybe, freshman year, you're not allowed to have a car on campus. So, I had a couple of chicks let me drive their car around. Maybe they might come offer to cook something, but that was how they. We're talking like what the mid 2000s, around that time frame, mid 2000s. So
yeah, nobody is talking about changing your life.
No,
a 20-year-old male, there's literally nothing you can do to get somebody to just say, "Hey, I like the way you look. Let me change your life." Nobody's even offering it. There's nothing you can do to get them to offer it. All you can do is be productive and resourceful. You got to have real value. Now, if you accomplish that, well, you might be able to get something after that, but you're not going to get anything if you didn't earn it.
You got to realize also, like, there's, and it's a different dynamic when you go to a predominantly white institution in the Deep South. You have these white women who are literally throwing themselves trying to get next to the next big star, football star on campus. And it can be a very dangerous thing because I witnessed a situation where a guy was dating some chick. He was, dating multiple chicks. The other girl found out about the other women, went to the coach and told the coach that he was partaking in some extracurricular activities. Next thing you know it, random drug tests pop up. He gets hit. Now he's suspended for 4 or 5 games. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. You're gonna have haters out there doing that. On top of everything else, as a man, you gotta earn what you get. Women get to jump the line. And let's just be honest, women spend the rest of their lives trying to figure out how to jump the line.
And deal with it, nigga.
Ladies, it ain't hate. Can we just have a real conversation? Stop lying to people because we can see what's happening out here on the streets. We're not making this up. Women spend their lives being taught they can jump the line. After they jump the line once, they just try to figure out how many other places can I jump the line. That's it. That's it. And as men, that's what you run into. You run into that for the rest of your days. They're going to try to convince you they like you, this, that, and the other, but it really just becomes about, okay, can we jump the line?
Yeah. And like I said, I was by no means on the Stefan Diggs level on the yacht party and all that, but when the closest I ever got, like I said, was on the college campus. And when you're young, you're black, and you're on a predominantly white institution, like I said, being on the football team is like being on the most exclusive frat on campus. All the girls want to get around you. All the guys want to be near you as well, because you have access to some of the females that they don't have access to. And those same females, whether they're regular students or they're in sororities, whether they're black sororities or white sororities, what they're trying to do is attach themselves to the big men on campus because, at some point they're thinking that connection is going to pay off later. You can be
her ticket to jump the line for the rest of her life. So she doesn't have to wait. If she can get a ticket to ride with you now, she can jump the line basically to the end of her life. At least that's the plan.
Yeah, I thought I'd just drop some of that because I don't know how many former athletes are calling in. I know you got a bunch of athletes that listen to you and listen to your broadcast, but I just wanted to chime in and give my little 2 cents on my experience because it's real. And like I said, this is pre-NIL, so the game has definitely changed since I was in college. So.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, it's only gone up since then. As a man, if you can take a woman from dreaming to having, I mean, at that level, not just some regular old stuff. I mean, at that level, oh, man, you better duck. There's going to be gunfire.
Yeah, cats are driving around campus in G-Wagons, AMGs. They're in Lambos. They're in Porsches. You know what I mean? That's when I was in school, the most you can get is maybe a Charger or something like that. But the game has definitely changed.
And I'm glad they have that. I've worked pretty much for the last 20 years and advocated for that to be the situation. So if they are working, if Nick Saban can literally be part of the Alabama state budget, literally he is part of the Alabama state budget, and now basically other states have followed suit. In Louisiana, LSU is a powerhouse system. Mississippi's a powerhouse system. Alabama's a powerhouse system. Miami's a powerhouse system. But particularly for the deep south southern states, the unreconstructed Confederates, yeah, they ain't got money like that. So they got powerhouse systems. But, I mean, to pay the coaches and stuff, that's a part of the damn state budget.
Yeah, because most of it, like you said, most of those coaches and assistants, they're state employees because they teach at these public institutions, which makes them state employees. So they're typically some of the highest paid state employees.
Right, but you're not a line item in the state budget. You see what I mean? The professors at your class, they're state employees. Yeah, but they're not a line item in the state budget. Well, they say, wait a minute, we need to increase the state budget because we got to pay this guy. Now, that's not what you are. In Nick Saban's case, yeah, they have to consider him when they're putting together the whole state budget. It's like, hey, dude, and do we got that $8 million from Nick? Whatever the state budget is, remember, because they're always trying to cut stuff. For him, we can't cut that. So we better go find $8 million because we got to pay Nick and his wife. Because remember, I mean, there's that. They had their house paid for. They had cars to drive. I mean, we're talking about perks. He didn't have to pay for any of this. This was just given. So I want to see them young men get what their equity out of the damn game. If they earned it, they earned it. Hopefully they'll be able to use it. Most of them, that's what they're going to. Most of them will not go past the college level anyway. My point is give them what they're owed for while they're there. Even if it doesn't last the rest of their damn life, that doesn't give you a right to come cheat them. So if this is what they are owed, okay, they're going to ball out for the next 4 years. But give them what they're owed. Do not have them sitting up here thinking they're your damn slaves. They are not. Give them what they're owed. Well, there's only going to be for a year or two. Then give them their year. They earned that year.
And one last point I want to make before I land my plane. Cardi B, she made a horrible calculation. What she did was she went and had a baby while she was technically still married. And she has, if my math is correct, she has a higher net worth than Offset. So not only is Offset laughing right now, he's going to be laughing to the bank once the divorce decree finally is settled because of some of the legalities of the situation that they're in right now. And he doesn't have to do anything. As long as he has a competent lawyer, he's going to walk away with some millions in his bank because, like I said, I think Cardi B's net worth is higher than his.
Yeah, but the issue becomes once you all start getting that you're both equally got 7 and 8 figures, because net worth isn't what they go by. They go by income. So with that being the case, I mean, like I say, he makes plenty of money already, and he's not really money grubbing like that. The thing is, she thought that she was going to punish him. And she was looking for a quick, easy, down and dirty solution to punish him. So she thought she was going to get out of it. I'm going to punish him. I'm going to pop out. And she didn't, like so many other things, she did not calculate this or think this over very well. If you're going to do this, okay, Stefon's not the candidate to do this with. Don't do it with him. But she had no choice. She had no choice. He was the only one that checked the boxes she was looking for who would return her calls. That's it. He's the only one. And remember, I don't want to be denigrating here or whatever, but I'm just saying she's not the greatest military mind out there. So remember, she's the one in charge of the strategy. If you had to go to war and size up the enemy and make calculations, I don't think Cardi B is who you'd want, drawing up your battle plans. So she had to rely on herself and her judgment.
Yeah, and I made a comment earlier in the broadcast that she was Kamala's campaign partner. So these are the kind of women that Kamala Harris and the like are propping up and sending out to the world to see. It's just an embarrassment. And people wonder why we sat home and didn't vote because, like, look at the options. So I don't know. It's just it's a whole mess.
I'm doing a nice program because I wanted to show you all an abject lesson. We're going to come back and review these things whenever these situations fall apart here. Your ability to predict them will be very, very valuable for you in the future. To anybody talking about, man, anybody could have seen this. Lie. Every time I do the program about it, there were folk arguing with me. Every time I do this. Jennifer Lopez, there were folk talking about her and Ben going to stay together. Arguing with me. Amber Rose, Kim K. Her and Pete gonna be together now. Kanye was just toxic. Okay. Lala Anthony. Hey, how's that one worked out? How has Lala worked out? So the reason why we come back and do a review of these things is because it's necessary and essential to go ahead and do that. Jason, what about Halle Berry? Van Hunt has proposed to her. Okay, we'll see if they get down the aisle. But by the way, yeah, this is a long damn fall from Wesley Snipes and Christopher Williams, and yeah, I mean, she's just dating dudes who are just, I mean, it's on the level that she's at right now. This is what she rates for.
I got one more thing. I thought I had one more thing. So I don't know if you saw this, the Russell Wilson Sierra. They were on one of those hot chicken wing eating things where you have to either answer the question or eat a chicken wing or whatever. And the question came up to Russell, which ring do you value more, the Super Bowl ring or your wedding ring? The dude choked, stumbled, and chose to eat the chicken wing instead of answer the question. I thought that was pretty funny as well. So you've called that since day one.
Well, like I say, I mean, people hear what they want to hear. We're in an era now where people just hear what they want to hear. They hear what they want to hear, and this is where they end up at. They end up there. So I'll give you all a forum where you can hear stuff that people aren't just saying what they want to hear. Nobody wants to just come out and just say it directly. Not, from this immature, incel, red pill, pansy boy perspective, but saying it from the perspective of, hey, this is reality, and this is what you got to deal with. If you want to be not with a baller, if you want to be with an exceptional man, that man put in a hell of a lot of work. And it's your fantasy that you're going to get an exceptional man and you're just going to be a regular female. Most men don't understand that that's women's fantasy. That she's just going to be a regular chick, like take a look at 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, that's the female fantasy. I don't have to be exceptional. I don't have to be Barbie. I don't have to be this fantastic female. I'm fantastic just because I am. But this exceptional man is going to see me as a regular female, and he's going to be like, wow, that's what I've been looking for my whole life. I'm an exceptional guy, and I've just been looking for a regular chick my whole damn life. But don't you understand that this is a contradiction? If he wanted a regular female, he doesn't have to become a 7 or 8 figure man. He could have stayed where he was at and got you. Why does he have to do all this extraordinary labor just to get you? And most women don't want to hear that either. They don't want to hear, ma'am, you're just regular. And that's fine to be regular, but you need to be with a regular dude. Oh, hell no. I'm too good for that. And he becomes that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can jump back over here again. I think I got Brother Elijah here with me. Brother Elijah, what's on your mind?
Hey, big brother. Good evening to you. B1 Hey, brother. I want to further build on this Cardi B situation you brought up tonight because it's very telling. Because I think Cardi B is actually living up to her actual name, Cardi B, and the B is really for a stupid bitch. And the reason I'm saying that, big brother, this woman has well, you make the prediction. The next guy after Stefan Diggs, he is going to be clowned 10 times on steroids, 10 times worse than a Russell Wilson. Do you predict that? Because it has to be this point now.
She's going to go the route of Lori Harvey. She's already had the best she can get from here. It's just Lori Harvey, Brittany Renner. This is the cycle, people. So she's already had the best she can get. You've been to the mountaintop. From here on in, you are now going to have to accept reality. You're not going to get any higher. That was the best you could do. You will now be negotiating for guys that you hope, the fellas at the bottom of the mountain, that you hope will come up. And the problem is, once they start coming up, they're going to outgrow you. But no, now you're going to be negotiating for diminishing value. That's where it's going to be now.
Big brother, you know what's funny? I know what you're saying about that, but the only thing is I can give Lori Harvey the only thing, at least that sister didn't push out no bastard babies.
I mean, right? Yeah, but that doesn't help. She's already laid up with Diddy and his son, and at this point right now, she's a baby mama without the kids.
Whoa.
So your value is something that men have to. When a man has children with a woman, you're asking this man to make a permanent commitment and investment in you.
Right.
And Lori Harvey is a very risky investment. She's okay for a fella who don't do too much, but beyond that, no, it's a problem. So, no, Cardi B is the next guy is going to be just like Kim Kardashian, Brittany Renner, Lala Anthony. We can go down the list, but it's for all of them. Vivica Fox. It's the same for all of them. This is what it's going to be. This is what it's going to be right here. The next guy is going to be a considerable downgrade. And eventually she's going to be a regular smuggler. Eventually it's going to be some fanboy or some guy who bought her albums. That's what it'll be. It'll be that. Unless, the rapper Eve's husband has some other white man with some slave play out there. What? I mean, unless that's waiting. No. But then again, Eve didn't have any children either.
Right.
But then again, Eve wasn't coming to him with another gang of another man's kids. So when you take a look at it objectively, this becomes she's lost all of her bargaining position. She's lost all of her bargaining leverage. She doesn't have any. So, Jason, what happens next? The same thing that happened to Kim K and Brittany Renner and Lori Harvey and all Lisa Ray and Vivica Fox and all the rest of them. They will be negotiating for a fella of significantly lesser value. Mm-hmm. It will be lower than anything else they've been fighting with before, and they're going to be hell-bent for leather. She's going to be hell-bent for leather to get the next one to marry her. So she's really going to put a super priority on that. And that's going to be tough for her because once again, oh man, now he's going to be taking care of Offset and Stefan Diggs' kids. This is going to be you're turning what before was a specific candidate, now it's going to be a specialist. You are seriously diminishing the number of options because what man woke up last year and said, damn, I sure do wish I could take care of Offset and Stefan Diggs' kids. Not just Offset and Stefan. Let me go make $50 million this year so that hopefully I'll be eligible to take care of Offset and Stefan Diggs' kids. Who's the fellow who's working right now to make 7 or 8 figures, and that's his motivation?
And to add to your point, I don't know what was going through Offset's mind because everybody said this. Y'all, the older ones, y'all been saying this for years. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Cardi B is a former stripper. So I don't know what that man saw in the first damn place to wipe that woman up.
I mean, people have to reason with what they have. Street dudes like street chicks. That's what they know. Okay. They don't know square females and they don't trust square females. What does he have in common with a square chick? What does Cardi B have in common with a square dude? They don't even speak the same language. So you have to use the tools you got, and those are the tools that he has. He has tools that deal with strippers and folk like that. He does not have a tool set that deals with square females. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't have anything in common with you. You would be annoying. Because at some point, he's going to flip back. I don't care how well you two get along. At some point, a street nigga going to want to flip back into what he was doing. He's going to want to ride or die chick, and square chicks don't do that. They do
Of
not
course
do
not.
that. So Cardi B and him had a lot in common. It's like Bonnie and Clyde. As long as they run in these roads, they're good. It's when they
Right.
settle down with each other and now they're at each other's throats. Yeah, because there ain't no street business to take care of. Now you start turning street business against each other. And
Wow.
that's what you saw occur. Offset still want to be in the streets. Yeah, but you married now. Cardi B wants to put him on Front Street like square hoes. Baby, you you married now. So they were not ready to shift gears.
Big brother, though, because this is very concerning for the future. Cardi B, to my understanding, is a mother of 4, and also I think she has 2 daughters, or I think she has 2 daughters and 3 daughters and 1 son. I don't know the logistics. I don't know, but I know she has daughters. My question to you is, what is the future? Because I'm looking past this stupid woman. What is the future for her children? Because, and she's passing on generational, what I call generational damage. All right. And she's for the, this woman came out with a nasty song many years ago, WAP. And then you are, like I said, you're a mother to a daughter at the time. What is the future of her daughters? Or what
Maybe the kids spend enough time with the nanny that they won't be so seriously impacted. Maybe that's the only hope. That's the only hope you have, is the fact that she's got other folk taking care of the kids, and maybe there's enough separation that she's not going to seep into them too much. That's the only thing you got right there, because she's not focused on being a mom. She's focused on being Cardi B. And she went from Offset to the 8th or 9th level of hell. So this is her reasoning and judgment that works. Taking that into account, nah, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's the best you're going to get. So maybe you'll get lucky and they hang out with the nanny enough that they don't latch onto that behavior. But other than that, she's Cardi B. And she's concerned about being Cardi B and being lit and running off at the mouth and being in these streets. That's her focus.
Big brother, I'm going to say this and I'm going to land my plane out of respect for the other brothers and sisters. White supremacy, as you always told us, they did a number on us, man, because, especially, how I travel around the world and everything like that. And you said it right. Female nature is the same. It's just how it's, how they operate within their respective cultures. But female nature is the same. Because when I see images like a Cardi B, when I see the images like a Nicki Minaj, all right, or a Kim K, I see white supremacy deliberately destroying the Black household left and right. And when I see them promote this type of stuff, I ask myself, will we ever have a Black community ever again? And with that, I'm going to land my plane.
Well, I mean, first we got. I don't know how I don't know how that subject comes into play in connection to her. To be totally honest, since there've been issues about that before. But thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me see if I can jump back over here on Zoom. I think I got somebody I've been trying to holler at here on Zoom for a moment. Let me see if he's here. All right, go ahead and speak, Mike.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
All right, there's no echo, right? Because I'm in the car.
No, brother, you sound great.
Perfect. Hey,
Well, but let me find out here. Are we anonymous or are we announcing?
No, we not. I'm never anonymous, man. Let the people know, man. It's coming straight from the source, straight from the soil, baby.
All right, brothers and sisters from around the world. Former professional NFL football player, my man Mike Daniels, is in the house. He wanted to go ahead and sound off on it, brother. So you've been out there on the field with him. What do you make of this?
So I know the topic. I have to apologize because I wasn't tuned into the broadcast. I had to, get some things taken care of for tomorrow's event. But I'll just kind of speak from the cuff. If I am saying anything that's been repeated, rehashed, whatever, I know we're not ones for redundancy. So please stop me in my tracks. It's your broadcast. I don't want to be verbose for stupid reasons. But with that being said, yes, I have played against this guy. I was there when he came in as a rookie. You could tell he was going to be something, and it was very interesting because there was a video going around of players interviewing each other in the Vikings locker room, and they were saying, if you were, if there was a guy on the team you would not want to date your sister, who it is, and everybody mentioned him. And this was well before he became an established star in the league. So, they like to say nobody knows you as well as your coworkers, because a lot of times they're spending more time with you than your own family. Correct? Now, not to cast aspersions, talk down about the man, talk bad about the man. I don't know him personally. What I will say, though, is this situation, it just kind of reminds me of some interesting things. I coach I coach football at my high school, and I'm actually just leaving there from donating some equipment. It's kind of taking me back to those days of being a very, very focused athlete. And I mentioned this last time on the broadcast that, athletes had to be locked in just as hard as the bookworms, and they weren't as focused as the females as much. And I saw there was some people who might have misconstrued what I was saying. I never said necessarily, I wasn't saying that athletes don't get the girls. They're not focused on the girls, right? The girls gravitate towards them. You go watch the top athlete perform, it has the same effect on a female as being at a wedding does, right? Women aspire to get married, and now you're seeing a man do something that a lot of men aren't doing, is getting a woman married. Now they're all hot and bothered. You know what I mean? They say if you want to score, go to a wedding. So same thing. If you're an athlete and, you done scored a few touchdowns, dominated somehow on the wrestling mat, scored 60 points in basketball, what have you, they're watching you be physically dominant over the other males, the other peer group males, I should say. And that gets them open. It gets them sprung. It gets them ready to submit because they see you make other men submit, right? So now they're ready to come under submission. And the best way to show that is by giving sex, right? So that's nothing. It comes easy. It's not saying if you've seen athletes in school with a bunch of females, the serious ones, I should say, right? Because we got guys that get the jerseys just for the sake of saying, I'm on the team. Please date me. Then you have the serious guys. If any of you guys went to school with players who went big time football, right? Went to your Auburns, your Georgias, your Penn States, or what have you. Those guys had a lot more in common with the bookworms because of the level of focus than they did the street nigga, the cool guys. And I'm saying all that to say this. They kind of built up a reputation of being boring. So they're not exciting to the females. Bobby Shoot 'em Up is going to have her involved in some stuff that's kind of exciting. Women love excitement. They watch dramas. They watch Love and Hip Hop. They want, the tea, so to speak, all that other crap, right? Men were simple. And when we're focused, we're locked in, we don't have time for all the extras. Hey, I got a game here in a few days. If you want to go on a date, we could probably go to the movies, maybe walk around the mall, that's it. Well, that gets boring to a young lady after a while. She wants to go hang out at the teen clubs where there may or may not be the delinquents outside the clubs carrying weapons, ready to fight the guys in the clubs who don't have the weapons, right? They want to go to the house parties where there may or may not be copious amount of marijuana usage. Take that as you will, but at that age, I'm not agreeing with it. And underage drinking, where it's exciting. They don't want to go and do what's boring or what's safe. I know this. I lived it in high school. I was actually told before, this is so boring. And it's funny because if you figure now, many years later, I'm able to do a lot of things that's not so boring because of what my wallet allows. So patience is a virtue. With that being said, you look at rappers, and a handful of them are guys that were handpicked off the streets or knew somebody who was focused who made it, right? You focus guys like your 50 Cents, your Jay-Z's, regardless of what you think about them personally, your Sean Puffy Combs. These were guys who were focused. Yet then you get some guys who are tag-alongs who end up making it as well. And these guys have more in common with your average street guy. Well, now they get put on too. And now they're part of, now they're a celebrity. Now they're famous. They're a rapper. They exemplify everything that's hip and that's cool. So naturally, the females want to be around the excitement. They want to be around hip. They want to be around what's cool. Those guys are going to be at the shady spots. And unfortunately, nowadays, you got a few athletes who have fallen victim to gun violence, not death, but gun violence, hanging out at the wrong parties. College athletes, I swear you see every other month, I'm reading about a new college kid who got shot in the leg at a party. But yet, that's what attracts the females. Well, these rappers stay in those environments because to become a rapper, it didn't require you to keep your nose clean. It just required you to sometimes be in the right spot at the right time. We've seen that with the amazing amount of talent, and I'm being facetious about saying that, but the amazing amount of talent who is now dominating the airwaves, particularly in the, since the inception of rap, let's be real. So the females, they gravitate towards that. And then the ones who become industry darlings, quote unquote, themselves, case in point, the person in question here who you're discussing, they become media darlings themselves by a lot of times making an ass of themselves or showing said ass or enough of it. Correct? We all know that. Well, now they go hand in hand. What I'm noticing, and I texted you about this, I saw the clip where she was asked about, after they won the championship game, I believe, to go to Super Bowl, and she spoke. I mean, it's the first time I actually heard her enunciate. And I was equally as impressed as I was frustrated because I said, wowee, why not be like this all the time, right? You're capable. You're fully capable. But it kind of speaks to what happens when you choose the man you're with, right? We look at, we mentioned Russell and Ciara. Well, we look at Ciara with Future. We look at Ciara with Russell. It's a completely different way, a completely different demeanor because, well, now it's I represent not just my husband, but this billion-dollar NFL team and the NFL Shield as a whole. It was very interesting because, the young lady in question, Cardi, she understands that as well. Hence why she's carrying herself a little differently, right? We see these women who were once with these rappers and in the game, and they're completely different, but then they get with an athlete, and now you see them in the kitchen cooking, right? And it's like, oh, wow, you're making thought music, but yet I see you being a wife. Look at Meg Thee Stallion. She just made a whole Thanksgiving dinner for her NBA boyfriend. And I'm not talking about Never Broke Again. I'm talking about National Basketball Association for those who are smooth-brained out there. Not to sound condescending, but sometimes I don't care. I think what's happening, these females, and they're going through what a lot of females go through, they're shunning the boring guys early. They're shunning the corny guys early, the bookworms, the weight room nerds, right? The athletes, so to speak. They're shunning them early because they're not exciting. They're not fun. They're boring. They're too focused on their work. They don't want to stay up on the phone with me all night because they have to get up early to study, to pass the bar or study for this exam or what have you, or they need to get up early for a 5 a.m. weight training workout. He's boring. He's boring. I can't have any fun. Well, now they're getting older, the wall's coming, and now they're saying, holy smokes, I need to go back to the boring guy. We see that with the bookworms. Well, it's happening with the athletes too. Jason, and correct me if I'm wrong, has there not been an uptick of young male athletes being, I don't want to say preyed upon, but let's just say creating baby mamas with older female talent? Yes?
Well, I certainly think you were seeing more of it. Right. I certainly do think we're seeing more of it. But to go back to what you were saying before, I'm just reading books, if you go through things like the 48 laws of power, for
Right.
example, most boring men don't make things happen. When you're talking to fellas out there, they're chasing a rap career or whatever, he got to be out here in the streets. He's got to be moving and shaking. He got to be making things happen. That's something that you notice. I mean, you notice that as somebody who's a go-getter, they're going for what they want to. He's actually actively working toward it if he's going to be successful. And I think that that really stands out as a data point. So, yes, obviously the fun and frivolity, I think, plays a part in it as well. But in all fairness, Jason, you being fair to the host, in all fairness, if they see fellas out here, you know, I think they notice that kind of thing is that quote unquote excitement is in places where things are happening. It's at the club, it's at a function, it's at a concert.
Right.
And I think they take those cues from it. So boring, I mean, even as grown men, how many fellas do we know who are boring, who are actually making anything happen? He's a fine, law-abiding citizen, but is he really making anything occur? I think that's something that registers with women.
Yeah, like you know, and in order to be successful, you have to have some form of renegade to you, but it has to be, you know, in the realms of where I stand, where you stand. It has to be reasonable, right? It has to be within reason, right? You got to, like, if I need to make a play, sometimes I have to go out outside the scheme of what the coach tells me what to do. I can't be a robot. Sometimes I got to say, hey, the play is there, coach. You told me to go left, but I saw the guy with the ball. I had to go right. One of the biggest plays in Super Bowl history, James Harrison's interception versus the Cardinals, 100-yard touchdown return. He wasn't even supposed to be in that position, but he went rogue because he saw something. So with that being said, yes, you have to have some renegade to you. And when a female sees that, it's attractive because it's like, well, he's willing to be that outlaw to get things done. But unfortunately, they now confuse that with being an outlaw altogether.
Right.
And that's where the wires get crossed, right? I had a young lady in college college student, and she dated nothing but thugs from the city she was from. I'm like, why are you running around with a bunch of street niggas? And she said, well, I mean, those guys are like, they're like the most masculine, like guys that I'm not used to them being masculine, which is hilarious because a lot of times some of them are the most effeminate, hence their, you know, certain proclivities, you know, but well, that's not neither here nor there. And I said to her, well, if you want the alpha, why not just get with an athlete? If you want the more masculine man, why not get with an athlete?
But does she qualify for one? But go ahead.
Well, she said, well, she was in college, but she said to me, she said, I never thought of it like that.
Well, I mean, she may be in college, but is she what they want? Because there's a real thing about it. Every female thinks that she qualifies. It doesn't matter who the man is. Every female thinks the only reason she doesn't have him is because she hasn't approached him. But if they actually do try to get with him, the real question is, okay, what happens if you actually do try that? Because every female tells herself that. But is that really your real world experience? And for most of them, it's not.
Yeah. And you know what? I can't disagree. Did she qualify? Yes. You know, she did. But in her mind, from unfortunately the fickle way of thinking that our communities have, it was well, those are the alphas. And you know, about that, you know, we unfortunately we kind of glorify such an infantile way of thinking, of viewing things, right? Everything's a joke, everything's a game, everything's high, everything's funny, right? And I'm not saying don't be entertained, I'm not saying don't be jovial, I'm not saying don't, you know, be the life of the party, so to speak. Sometimes you don't need to, some of y'all. What I'm saying is, I saw a video, a little kid, he ordered like over $160 worth of food from Pizza Hut. And I'm watching the video, pudgy kid, he's younger, might be about 8. And he's crying in the beginning, and mom's talking to him like he's a baby. But I'm watching the kid, I'm looking at his eyes, looking at his face. And then she showed a screenshot of what he bought. And then I'm watching him, you know, he's putting the pizzas down, and he's standing there, and, you know, he's kind of like smiling, looks a little happy. And he does like a little shimmy with his waist or whatever. And I'm looking at this little chubby kid, kind of fat. And I'm watching him, and I'm looking at his face, I'm looking at how he's smiling, and I'm looking at the picture she's taking with him and how happy he is. And I notice how he's standing, his shorts are kind of crooked, and I'm like, oh, this kid's on the spectrum. oh, he's on the spectrum. And I had to look it up. And yes, he's on the spectrum, he's autistic. But I look at the comments, even the guy who made the video, he's laughing saying, I wouldn't have given him anything, I'd have whooped his ass. And all these other people talking about how they would have spanked him and beat him and all that shit. And I'm like, excuse my language, but his kid's on the fucking spectrum. Are you serious? Are you serious? Sorry, you got a little taste of what everybody on the football field felt there, but that really pissed me off because I'm like, at what point are we going to grow the fuck up?
You don't want to.
What are we laughing about? What are we hit? What are we talking about? We're going, I just hit him. I spanked over $160 funky dollars. Are you that broke? And to come to find out, he was doing something that he thought could help his mom and help his family. And just seeing how sad he was, I'm like, he has no clue what he did was wrong. He's on the spectrum. He's clearly autistic. And you stupid ass niggas can't do nothing but think, I'd spank him, I'd hit him, I wouldn't give him nothing to eat. Including, I blocked the comedian. I'm like, bro, I don't even look at your channel, bro. You piss me off, dog. Y'all can't tell this boy special needs? The hell is wrong with us? The hell is wrong with us, Jason? And that's what all of this stuff encompasses. Why, when your teammates said, I wouldn't want him to date my sister, well, that should offend you. It shouldn't drive you to, I think he has several baby moms, which, once again, everybody makes their own decisions, but I'm saying, who's going to be the big homie? Yo, bro, slow down, man. Chill out. Chill out. Who's the big homie to tell him, like, yo, that should be embarrassing, that everybody looks at you like, yo, you're not qualified you're just that off the chain, right? Because then you look at his brother, and his brother knocked up somebody who has 2 baby mamas that are rappers, or 2 rapper baby daddies, right? Already. And I'm like, you know, once again, everybody does what they want, and I'm not casting aspersions. I'm only saying, where are the responsible, big homie black people to mentor? No, we're too busy fucking laughing at autistic, talking about how we spank autistic kids. Like we don't know how to control ourselves. Like we don't know how to handle ourselves. Like we don't know how to monitor and manage things. And that really pisses me off, yo. For real, yo, that pisses me off, my nigga. Like, that really makes me mad, yo. I was hot when I saw the comments to that video. I'm hot when I see some things with our people. You're angry. You're hot. Hence why you have the broadcast and do what you do, right? So when I look at these situations, I'm like, yo, if you're going to decide to take a woman that's of your caliber, of your speed, right? Guys, several baby mamas, we know the lady's history. Then go ahead and just, yo, listen, let's put the brakes on here. Let's do what it do. We both off the chain. We both wild. Let's be serious about it. If you're not, let's not make illegitimate children. Because that's what breeds the smooth-brained jackasses, not the autistic kids. I will never call these people retarded because I don't want to offend people who are mentally retarded by comparing these ignorant niggas to them. Okay? Right? It's like some women, they so ugly, some people so ugly. I'm like, yo, I won't call you a monster because I don't want to offend monsters by comparing them to you. Because when I see the way we respond to certain things, everything's a damn joke. Everything is funny. How can I be the funny guy? How can I make a joke? We have, like for as compassionate as we are, we're also extremely immature. There were way too many people applauding this young lady for getting pregnant while she was still married. And yeah, you know, people move when they're in divorce settlements and all that. You know, people get the moving. We get that. We understand that. We understand, yo, listen, we're not together. We ain't going to be together. This is going to be finalized. But at the same time, it just sets a bad precedent. Because now here we go. Oh, there's a separation.
Yeah, I mean, this was the definition of bad judgment. There is no way that you get with Stefon Diggs with what he had going on, because there was a chick who was pregnant when she got with him. There's just no way that this is good judgment. I don't know what's at work. I don't know what isn't, but I do know that, yeah, this is not good judgment. at all? What is the positive outcome you're looking for? And there's no way that you arrive at that. Let me ask you here, Mike, as a former player, I got to ask you.
Yes.
What would motivate a guy to want to have himself obligated under 6 different women like this just at the same time? What positive outcome could he possibly be aiming for? Because that's the thing I don't get.
Once again, the very same people who that were in the comment section are the same people that I could imagine groomed him in his neighborhood, possibly his youth coaches, whoever, right? I don't know anything about his parents. I won't speak on family, but I do know that we come from, unfortunately, a string of people with poor judgment. And I'll never forget, I used to do volunteer work in college, right? And we worked with a lot of the at-risk youth, you know what I mean? Code word for black kids that moved in from the city. And I also did security at a local bar. Yes, this is before college players got money. I had to do security to pay my bills. So have fun with that, right? With that being said, I remember my big homie, and we were, you know, apparently there was some beef with some of the kids, and we had to kind of treat the youth center that day when we was volunteering like we were bouncers at the club. Like, hey, what are you doing here? You typically don't come here, whatever. And my boy said this straight up. He said, you know, Mike, this is how he talks. You know, Mike, you know, the thing is, their parents are the ones who were throwing out the club. And I said, damn, he's right.
Yeah.
These kids, because it was in Iowa, very small population of blacks, minute, damn near less than 1% of the time, right? He said the same kids who we're trying to keep from coming in here to, you know, settle their beef or whatever with the other kids who are there, we're throwing their parents and older siblings out of the bars. And he was not lying. I thought he was being facetious. I thought he was being funny. I thought he was making a joke. He was serious. He said, no. Some of these kids, I know for a fact, because he had been in town longer than me. He was older. He said, some of these kids, I know their parents. I know some of their older siblings. They're the same people who you and I are throwing out of the bar.
The downfall of Western civilization will not be deindustrialization. It won't be China. It won't be a foreign invasion. The downfall of Western civilization will be adults who have been given too much for too long, and they do not desire to embrace adulthood. And now they have the option of not doing it. So as you were saying the whole time, who's going to be the adults here? Good question. For some of the folks in the chat room who are having difficulty following things, construction of a sentence earlier, yeah, this is the point. Who's going to be the adults? Who's not going to be joking and playing around? Who can identify autism when they see it? That's a serious adulthood skill. Being able to, who's on autism, who's bipolar, who can't read. You got a room full of 30 kids. Is that kid back there quiet because he's quiet, or is he quiet because something's wrong? Is he quiet because he can't read? And can you even see that? Or are you going to chalk this up to something different? The adults who are doing what adults do, they have a different perspective on it. The ones who aren't start looking for things to be a joke, looking for it to be a game, because they're looking for somebody else to do like a parent and come along and clean up the mess for them. And the problem with making all these kids by all these females is, wow, I sure do hope that, you know, I sure do hope that somebody's got some sense in that family, because otherwise we're just having a bunch of children. I don't see how this ends well. It to me, it speaks to a lack of self-concern, because when a man has children with a woman, he's putting his fate in her hands. He is putting himself at her mercy because she'll have the
Jason,
system
not
on
to
her.
cut you off, man, and I apologize,
No, good.
for as your broadcast, and I don't ever want to intrude or impede what you're saying, my brain moves a mile a minute, I was in accelerated programs as a kid and whatnot. That's why I decided to bring out the very, a lot of colloquialisms, that a lot of people will not associate with an NFL defensive tackle. Okay, that's why I decided to bring out the heavy vocabulary tonight, to make people sit up and think, wait, who's speaking right now? Right? Just so they can know that, this is what happens when you pay attention in school, when you actually take time to prioritize self-improvement and development, the things that the red pill claims. Okay. With that being said, and then I say that a lot, because that's my transitional phrase, but who's gonna be adult, right? I know the relationship my brother and I have. We have a great relationship. And one of the big things in our relationship is don't make the decision I made if it wasn't a favorable or positive or, a good decision. Don't do it. Don't do it. And when he, I think the younger brother knocked up the girl with the two baby dads who are rappers, then the conversation should have been had like, look, man, listen, I got a little hot in the pants, bro, but this ain't what we need to be doing, dog. We're like, don't do this. Because then if you turn around and do something like that, we're going to embarrass our entire family line to the men who are paying attention in the world. And once again, who's going to be the adult? I've made legitimate enemies in the locker room because I was honest. I tell guys straight up, how many kids y'all got? So when y'all going to get married? Because what's the purpose of doing that if you're not going to get married? Yo, what are you dragging this female along for? You're either going to go and hump the world or you're going to marry this girl. What are you going to do? Because now all you're doing is creating situations to create more broken families, broken homes, to where immaturity runs rampant, to where we have people, once again, laughing at autistic kids. Jason, we had a situation like that last year. Not this past season, but the year before, our first year of coaching. We had a kid who was autistic, I believe, somewhere on the spectrum on our team. And great kid, very good, book smart, but still, is on the spectrum, right? And one of our seniors, because this kid was a senior too, but one of our guys, one of our stronger guys on the team, bigger guys, tougher guys rather, we got word that he was kind of making fun or pass or ways towards the one player who was on the spectrum. And when I called wind of that, I said, wait, what? And we might have just been doing pre-practice stretching. And I questioned guys, I'm like, yo, is this true? And when they got confirmed, and I approached that player, I probably should not still be allowed to coach after the way I came down on this kid for doing what he did to the autistic kid. Because I spoke to him like he was a grown man. Well, he was 18, so I guess he was a grown man. And I spoke to him like he was a grown man. And I let him know that if you want to play with him, come play with me like that then. Because you're a grown man. You're 18. Because that's what, here's how the world's going to treat you when you decide to do things like that. Who do you think you are? And it got his teammates, younger players, started to stand up and go like, yo, bro, because as soon as I started to talk back, one of the players about this, a fight almost broke out. And here's why that's okay. Here's why that's good. Because the other kids they learned what integrity was that day. They knew it happened, but then they got to see, oh, it's okay for me or to handle him regardless. Or maybe I should, so it's not okay that he did that. Oh, I knew something didn't sound right. Yeah, let me put him in place too. Don't worry about it, coach, because you can't hit him, but I can. And those boys in that moment got to see what it means to stand 10 toes down on what's right. And that's because why? The adults did it first. Me, my brother, and the rest of the coaching staff. And we let that kid know. Unacceptable. Unforgivable. And you will have to be punished for that. Which he did, his typical football laps and things like that. But his teammates jumped down his throat regarding that. Because they saw us stand for something rather. And they got to see what it was like to represent what's right. They got to see, everything ain't a joke. Everything ain't a game. Everything ain't ha-ha. This is serious stuff.
I think that's what's missing.
Why does white supremacy say things is a joke? Because they know we're going to just okay, they were just playing. It ain't no big deal.
Yeah. If you're predisposed to dismiss things, you'll be amazed how much folk will get over on you. If you're predisposed to just dismiss whatever happens. And adulthood, seriousness, discipline, it's I don't know if that's ever been the rule in society, but I know it is in very short supply now. I know it definitely is. And it can be so easy for people to say, I think a lot of what you were talking about before, your analogy about the bouncer, being the bouncer and stuff like that, and the kids' parents and the kinfolk are up in there. It's like, yeah, because that's become the life goal now. I mean, they call it Peter Pan syndrome, but that's become the life goal now. I don't think anybody's ever sat them down, and said to them, you have a once in a lifetime opportunity. When you were talking about his brother and whatnot, I heard what you were saying. And I was also thinking, but that might be a tough sell because the brother may be sitting up and saying, well, you got 4 baby mamas and you turned out fine. It's worked out for you just fine. So what's the big deal? And I think that might, when you see that there, I think that might play along. I think that might play a lot into it.
Yeah, I fully agree. I'm just seeing how a lot of our lack of maturity and whatnot, how it's just all so related in so many different areas. And if we can't help our helpless, what good are we? What good are we? Because now what happens is that when someone comes through that culture and they make it, well, then that's where poor judgment runs rampant. That's where you don't see a strong sense of, I'll say, manhood. Right? I had a teammate, right? And he has 4 baby moms now, and he was with the third one. And I guess they were together or not, who knows. But he said, Mike, I'm really trying here. He was in his word, in his scripture and whatnot, and he was working hard at trying to do the right thing, right? As he knew to be a good man. 2 different scenarios. One, I wish I would have stood more on my man business. And another one, well, both of them actually. This man, big, 6'4", 340-pound, muscle, dark as the night sky from the bowels of Florida. Just a true country boy. If the world was going to end, that's the nigga you need to be around. Because he going to make sure you know how to hunt, fish, and survive. You hear me? Got all the guns in the world. He's the man. The truck that could drive through a blizzard. Full speed, brakes, stopping to dive. Anyway, doing everything he could, try to make things right. And I'll never forget one situation he said to me, Mike, man, I'm coming home. I'm going straight home at the work. And I get with these kids and I try to get things right with the lady. He said, man, but I'm so exhausted, man. This is so exhausting. How do you do it? Man, it's hard, man. It's hard. It's so exhausting, man. He said, it's so exhausting, man. I said, well, a man gonna stand and do what he got to do, bro. And he instantly was like, wait, you saying I'm not no man? I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is That's the hard stuff in life. That's what's really hard, doing that. That's what being a man is. And there was another situation. This speaks to just the immaturity. He came in there, and regardless of what people, religious beliefs may be or what have you, you know, but he found his faith in God, and that was actually helping him get his life together. Can't complain about that. But he came to the locker room, and he was kind of speaking to the other guys. And they laughed and ridiculed at him. And in that moment, I was at a crossroad. Do I stand on business? He'd be like, yo, y'all fall back, man. This dude really, like he's speaking some stuff, man, like that's real to him, right? You know? Or do I kind of just mind my business, be like, all right, well, whatever. And in that moment, I didn't stand on business, and I still regret that to this day. Because right now, that man's life is, I don't want to say it's in shambles, but it ain't good. It ain't good, man. It ain't good.
I think that becomes part of the problem, though, because, you know, for those of us who are more responsible, and I've seen some comments say this, it's hard to, when you're in an environment where people are acting in an infantile way, you kind of get accustomed to it, and you're like, okay, when do I, you kind of get paralyzed because you're stuck between when can I step in and when should I? And when you're fighting between those two things right there, yeah, it'll make you just question everything. This is what happens when we don't have clear black and white. Everything becomes gray. Everything becomes relative. Yeah, even when you need to do something there, you're like, okay, well, wait a minute, because we're on a new way in the sun here. Now, which 2 + 2 doesn't always equal 4 here. And what you, to dovetail off your point about autism, what if you're dealing with somebody who, you know, they haven't really had a good relationship with their parents? Can you identify that? Because if they haven't, what if they're laying up with all these females to compensate for what they haven't gotten? What if they're doing that to compensate for something there? Because at that point you realize, well, hell, they can never sleep with enough of them. Why are they having children with them? Because are they trying to recreate the family they never had? And instead it's just become kind of this really wayward, you know, just wildcat thing that they're doing in their desperate attempt to create that structure. And okay, one female isn't giving him enough. Well, let me go get another female. Okay, maybe if I get 5 of them, the 5 of them together will, you know, be able to compensate for that, and they'll be available. And he doesn't see he's being gotten over on because he's focused on something else. And worst of all, you're trying to tell him he has a once in a lifetime opportunity. What if that doesn't matter to him? What if getting these people to, quote, love him and like him matters more than his money does, more than his accomplishment, more than this opportunity, and that he doesn't think the opportunity is worth anything if this is what he can get out of it, and if he doesn't get that, this might be his only opportunity to get it. So you're worried about football, and he's worried about, well, finally, I've got the leverage to create this situation I wish I had.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of psychology, a lot of things that we have. I think people have completely lost the point of why a quote unquote player is respected. He's not respected because he can knock them down. He's respected because he can garner the admiration and respect of so many females whose job it is to withhold that until they meet the right guy, you know, that it's like, wow, he has it together so well that there's a substantial amount of women who are like, wow, you can have all of me. You don't have to indulge because it's there. That's, people say it's lust. That's really a form of gluttony. Because it's there, don't mean you got to eat it.
That's
because it's there, that don't mean you got to eat it. And that's a big ask. I'm not saying don't ever eat, but sometimes you got to recognize when your stomach's full, because then you'll just get fat, and fat's unhealthy. And several baby moms is unhealthy. I don't care who you are, right? And holy smokes, man.
Well, it goes bad though, because like I say, you get with the first one, things are okay at first, or at least you think it is, and then things go bad. Now we gotta go get another one to replace her. And now things start out okay, and that goes bad. And next thing you know, it becomes this vicious cycle. Because once you get wrapped up in it, brother, I mean, you know how it goes. I mean, I think a lot of fellas become fatalists. Once you get the first one, he's like, oh, well, hell, in for a penny, in for a pound. Does it matter now?
Why not? And honestly, here's another thing. And now I'm just thinking about the psychology of an athlete, right? We have to be to the extreme to get to where we're at. And with that, everything we're going to do is have some level of extremism to it, if that's even a word. I don't want to speak sophomorically, but some level of very extreme. And it's like you said, hey, I'm here. I might as well just F it. I'm all the way in now. I'm all the way in now. This is just what I do. And when they come out of that extremist high, they turn around and see, where did I make all these babies with all these different women? When it comes to their senses, right? And sometimes the senses don't hit till years later. And I mean, you can lose as much money as you can to the courts. That still don't mean the senses are hitting, because there's still that level of maturity. Consequence doesn't always breed change. Consequence does not always beget change. It does not.
You know, that's a very interesting thing you're saying there, Mike. Let me explore that thought there for just a moment, because I think that's interesting, especially in this era where people post memes all the time. In order to succeed in athletics, and obviously once you get to the pro level, there's no way in the world you can convince them otherwise. Once you get to a certain point, what do they teach you? They teach you that the only reason you haven't gotten what you wanted is because you haven't tried hard enough. The only difference between you and, quote, average people is who's going to give it 100%. And if you give more than them, that's the difference between succeeding and not succeeding. Okay, this is drilled into you by all your coaches. This is drilled into you by the family. You start seeing results from it. You get on television. Here comes ESPN. Now you sitting up with these females. If you drag that psychology over here, well, the only reason it's not succeeding is I haven't tried hard enough. I haven't gone all in. That's what the coaches told us. Hey, you got to go all in. You got to be all in. So holding back is the only thing preventing you from having what you want. So you get with this first chick. Well, I'm going all in. It doesn't work. Okay, well, the solution isn't to pull back. The solution is to double down. Because for the game, that's what you would do. And if that's what got you where you are in life is the game, if that's the psychology that you apply to everything, I can see how you would be sitting there convinced that this is the strategy I need to use. You only lose if you can't win if you don't play. And the only thing stopping me is I'm not trying hard enough. Or at the very least, I can't take my foot off the gas because that guarantees you lose. So if you're exercising that psychology, I see how this could be a quagmire.
Well, that's why it has happened so many times, as we see. And like you said, it is something that is drilled into you, that is repeated over and over again. But that's where great mentorship comes in, right? That's where great mentorship comes in. How can I make sure that you leave the field on the field? The field cannot come off the field with you. It cannot come into the car with you. It cannot go home with you. The field has to stay on the field. And I'm talking about, sure, you're going to learn great habits. You're going to learn great morals. You're going to learn great team working strategies and whatnot. You're going to learn selflessness. Okay? But when you take certain things, like you said, that level of extremism off the field, well, then unfortunately it gets into other areas where, I mean, realistically, the divorce rates of retired athletes are very high because guys are coming home. One, a lot of them are married to people that they don't even know. You know, now you're home and you know, who is this person? Two, because they're bringing that level of extremism home or extremist behavior home, and no normal human being is accustomed to that. They're not. And I say normal because being an athlete is abnormal. It's abnormal to strap 500 pounds to your back and squat down like you're sitting in a chair and stand back up several times. That ain't normal. To lay down and put 340 or 400 pounds on an iron bar and lift it above your chest and bring it down to your chest and press it back up.
It's not normal to play in 110-degree heat in July and 10-degree temperatures in January. That's not normal. It's not normal to be injured and go back to work and do whatever you can to work. In 10-degree temperatures, yeah.
In 10-degree temperatures. Okay? One thing I always say, and it happened when I was watching my brother play arena ball. Two guys jumped up for the ball. Neither of them caught it. They both hit the ground. Boom! And got back up. Jason, how many times a day does the average person pick themselves up off the floor?
I would say less than half the time. Especially if it's something that they're pursuing in life. Most people, when they get knocked down, their priority becomes, how do I not get knocked down ever again?
Not figuratively. I mean literally.
Oh, literally.
Somebody picking themselves up off the floor.
Oh, during the day? No. No, if they fall, half of them going to need somebody to help them back up. They're not going to get up.
Right. So now look at an athlete. I watched two guys hit the ground. Neither of them caught the ball, and then they just get back up.
Imagine a fella 250 pounds slamming into you, and you hit the ground, and then you pop back up. For most folks, that would be the end of their week right there. That'd be the end of their whole week.
250. I played at 310. And I still ran faster than most men who weigh 180. So, yes.
Imagine that coming at you, y'all. Just imagine that coming at you from 10 feet away.
You know, Jason, a lot of times I don't realize how big I am until I see myself in the picture compared to other men who all look and say, wow, that's a pretty big guy. And now I'm thinking I'm running into men twice my size to go and tackle another man who's half my size, sometimes twice my size. We're talking about Ben Roethlisberger, but you know, or chase somebody who runs as fast as an Olympic athlete. That's asinine and it's insane, but yet it's what we love to do. And yet people respect it because it's modern day. It's gladiators. Sports arenas are built like coliseums. Whether it's a contact sport or not, it's modern day gladiators. It's how people get their violent fix, their competitive fix. That's all politics is. It's how I get my competitive fix. That's why people, no matter what, are going to support their side. Why? Because it's how I get my competitive fix.
Well, you know, when you said to leave it on the field, I think that's going to be challenging because,
it's very.
For example, I mean, yeah, you can tell him leave it on the field, but can you get the rest of the society to do the same? They're going to be recognized where especially in pro athletes, but even at the college level, you're going to be recognized where you go. The females are going to follow you off the field. So all these other things of that.
Glad you said that.
You can take the pads off, but everything else that comes with it is going to follow you around all day.
And that goes back exactly to what you said, right? Who's going to be the adult? How was this kid bred and trained? Was he bred and trained to just perform? or was he bred and trained to be a professional? A professional, we walk amongst professional hitmen and have no clue. That's why they had the movie The Professional. We walk around professional hitmen and we have no clue. No clue. Are you a professional?
That's an excellent point.
Are you a professional? I have been told, Mike, if it wasn't for your size, I would have no clue you played tennis in the NFL. Because that's not what defines me. It's what I did. I used to run into people from high school. Obviously, they try to downplay what they're doing, because I'm playing in the field. And I say, man, look, we're all working. I just have a job that's a little more abnormal than everybody else's. But at the end of the day, I'm an American citizen. I'm a black man. I'm still the guy that you knew from 6th grade who's working a job and can get fired. Because when players get cut, when they get released, you got fired. You get what I'm saying? So
it'd be like being a firefighter running around the house with a hose all the time. It's just, dude, you're a firefighter on the truck. You are not a firefighter when you get home.
You are not. You are not. And I go into so many different avenues, but think about those who are in positions, high positions, lawyers, preachers, doctors, what have you, people who are in higher positions, who have a great group, head coaches even, who have a great group of young people who they teach, mentor, coach up, train. And you know where I'm going with this. Yet, their kids are off the chain. Well, that's because they're not being a professional. They're being that at home, and they're expecting their kids to just get it. My dad told me, when you're coaching your kids, coach them like as if they're just the rest of the kids out there. Don't expect more from them because they're yours. No, treat them like they're the rest of their kids and they're regular kids. Why? Because they are. Don't treat them like you need to be this, you need to be. No, treat them like, hey, you're just like the regular kids out here. You're just like the rest of the kids out here playing, whatever sport it is I'm coaching. And that's where a lot of people who are in leadership positions go wrong at home, because they drive their kids so hard, their kids end up turning away, and then they turn to other things, self-destructive things, to be exact.
Well, let me ask you about this, Mike. One thing here. How many of the females do you think are, because there's two levels to this. I think, once again, it's the opposite side for females as it is for males, because men, we don't like boring women. The women don't like boring men. Well, guess what? Men don't really gravitate to boring females. I mean, the really fly ones are not boring. That's just, they say, well, y'all like chasing hoes. Well, hoes are not boring.
They're not boring. They're entertaining. They're fun.
Yeah.
Because they have no restrictions.
Yeah, that ending part. Now, the ending part's kind of rough, but up until then, it's a blast. And so I think that, when you're hanging out on the boat and stuff like that, and you got the females, I think my question is about the females who are actually more, I don't know what you call it, level-headed, less troublesome or whatever. Do they try as hard with athletes? Are they as visible? Or is it just because, maybe the more toxic ones, they try harder, they're more visible, it's not so hard to see, they're more engaging? So are the more sensible ones actually equally as engaging, or are they kind of leaving it not as engaging as the other kind are?
The other kind, and that's a great point. The excitable females, those, what have you, they're going to make themselves known because realistically, they were like that ever since they were younger. But because they were fun, the life of the party, whatever, they were always putting themselves in the arena to be seen. And when you're able to be seen, you can be reached. And when you can be reached, you can be touched. And when you can be touched, well, there's going to be some touching. And because she naturally is an outgoing person, that's going to make her more accessible to all men. So a lot of women there that become hoes who are like that, that's because they were very outgoing, and a lot of guys are willing to oblige. And they have something in them that makes them want to be outgoing and want to be social. Yes, you got quiet hoes too. We're not going to talk, obviously, right? But
oh yeah,
to answer your question, no, they don't. So a lot of times what happens, the good ones, quote unquote, are sought, at the quiet ones, are sought out by the athletes because they're quiet. They're not troublesome. Those are the ones that you see, oh, we've been together since high school, although he was knocking everything down on the planet. But that's okay, because I knew it was coming down the pike, and I'll make his life hell behind closed doors when nobody talks about that. But nonetheless, we make it work. I'm living a good life. I'm quiet, I'm chilling. He sought me out. That's how those ones get chose, because the players seek them out. Oh, she's going to be less trouble. All right, let me nest with her, but have fun with her. See what I mean? Let me nest with the quiet one, but have fun with the outgoing one, because damn, it's fun. See what I mean? Oh, it's exciting. Oh, they got personality. Oh man, this is great. Oh, I'm having a good time. So that's typically how that goes. Very rarely do you see the ones who are in the tuck being approached by everybody. Very rarely are those the more sexually promiscuous. But those ones who are very outgoing and always want to be seen and always want to be here and always want to be there, well then the 9 times out of 10, very rarely are those ones not those. So that's how guys fall into that. Because then you also think about this too. A lot of athletes, once again, had to be so focused, locked in, and all those other things that now you're finally having a chance to indulge. Well, you got a plethora of females who are letting you know they're willing to indulge. Well, shoot, now it's time for me to have some fun, because I really don't have time to put the game down, to lay down that ism, Riz, Mackin, what have you, because I never took the time to learn it. I didn't have time to learn it. It wasn't a priority of mine. Oh, great. She's saying she's right here and she's available. Good. I'm going to do this because it's easy. Very good. This is easy. I'm going to do this then. It's easy. It's easier for me because I don't have time to go through all the stuff. That's why you see a lot of these guys pay for sex, because they're like, I just don't got time. I really don't got time. I just want to do this and be done. I want to get what I want. I don't have time for this. My time needs to be spent elsewhere. That's why you see a lot of businessmen going to hiring escorts and whatnot, because they don't have time. They don't have time to really lay it down and put that work in it. They don't have time. They're too busy expanding their empire. And then now at this point, it's a legit business transaction. Hey, look, listen, I have a need. I need it met. I need to be satisfied. I'm willing to pay for it so I can go on about my business. So yes, those ones get chosen because they jump out in the front of the line and they're willing to do more to show that, hey, I am here. I'm going to do whatever you need me to do because I want that check. I want that check. And I will say this. I have seen a handful of former hoes have become phenomenal sports-wise because they are like, look, I got a chance to get that check, and this nigga ain't judging me. What do you need? What do you need? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And not saying these women are hoes, but hence why now all of a sudden we see former female music talents who was once famous for what's, hanging off of their rear end, now out here being a legitimate, hey, look at me cook this wonderful meal for my man. It's a whole rebranding, if you will.
Well, let's hope it lasts.
Whoa, what now? What now with regarding these two? Now they split or what? Because you say you hope it lasts. That's kind of indicating to me that they.
I'm so
it's in the air.
For the folks who had a lane open for them, hopefully they hang on tight and.
Gotcha.
And don't go back seeking excitement, because the fella you with may not be as exciting as where you've been, and you never know when old ghosts start whispering in your ear.
But it goes back to the last train leaving. They see that last train leaving.
Mike, does any female think that it's really the last train? Does any woman truly believe that she is out of chips and this is really the last train? Do they really believe that?
Today's day and age, I don't think so. I don't. We have a lot of you go girl isms running around here, that keep females in a live in a fantasy.
Every time we tell them that they're out of options, they all say the same thing. I got DMs. That's the response you get from everything. I got DMs. I'm not out of options. You should see my DMs.
But they do have DMs. But what is being offered in those DMs?
They don't really know. They don't really know until they have to bet their life on it. Then they're going to find out what's really there.
Thank you. But to them, hey, live in the delusion. I would rather, we saw the video, and I believe it's Nikki Giovanni, I believe that's her name, speaking to Baldwin, brother, and she said to him, well, why don't you lie to me? If you know the video I'm referring to, I think I'm butchering the whole thing. But I remember, it's from like maybe the 70s, whatever. And she was telling him like, why can't you lie to me? You'll lie to the world. You'll lie to these, these white men with money. Why can't you lie to me? Why can't I be comfortable in the delusion? Why am I not allowed to be comfortable in the delusion? Is what's really being said.
Why don't y'all play along?
So yes, you're right. They refer to their DMs, and in their DMs, they know what's being offered, but they like to live in a delusion because why? It's the answering machine effect, right? I come home and I see that little red number, doesn't say 0. It says 3. Oh, I got 3 missed calls. That dopamine hit. Well, look at there goes another DM I'm not going to open. I'm still wanting it. I still got it. I'll never forget this old comic I saw. And it was a woman. She was clearly drawn to be like in her 40s, whatever. And she's walking, and these guys catcall her. These young guys in their 20s, whatever, they catcalling her. She turns around and she berates them. How dare you, say those things to me or whatever, right? She was angry. And then the last panel, you see her face in the foreground and the characters in the background kind of like rubbing their heads and looking at each other like, damn, wow, we really effed that up. But she's smirking. You see her face as Rebecca's turning to the guys. She's smirking and she's saying in her head, yep, I still got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man. Man, that yeah sounded very, very just deflated. Like, yeah.
No, I'm just saying I recognize it. That's testing. That's a micro testing. Women are always checking that with perfume, with how they look. They're cognizant of if they're being noticed because they're constantly testing if I still got it or not. And if they see that affirmation, if they can feel your eyes following them, yeah, I still got it. And I still got it means I still have leverage. That's what that means.
Well, I still have options. Right? Yes.
I still got
options
leverage.
Bring leverage.
Yeah, I got
leverage.
that.
Yep.
That's what that means. It means something a little bit different than when men say it. What she means is I got leverage. So if I want to replace you, it's not hard for me to get attention.
Right. Somebody's willing to oblige. Even if it's just for a moment, that's where the boy toy comes in. The cougar comes in. Hey, young man, let me do all the woman things that 22-year-old, 24-year-old ain't doing because she's too busy thinking that she's the hot stuff. How do I know? Because I was the same way. I still am the same way. Hence why I'm here with you, right? So let me do all those things for you and make you feel like you're getting something amazing, something special. That way you can keep on running up in this thing that's old, but yet I'm cooking for you. I'm taking care of you. I might pay a bill. I'm going to get you a new PS5. I'm going to do all these things to make you stick around, even if you're just coming to give sex. That's fine, because at the end of the day, I can walk around with my head held high and say, I got one still. I still got it. That living in delusion, once again. I get to live in my delusion of having a man when you really got somebody who's just engaging in sex.
Or they have more value than they think, which allows them to keep going back to the well till the day you jump in there and there's no water. Mike, I thank you very much for giving me a call tonight, brother. I'm not going to hold you up here all night. You've been extremely generous with your time. So I thank you very much for giving us your insights and your perspectives on that. I'll let you have the last word.
You know what, man? I'm just thankful, for the platform. I love to speak, always did. I have a lot of things to say, so thank you for allowing me to share that. Like I said, whenever you speak on the realm in which I come from, I have a lot to share and a lot of insight. And I think if the right young man or young woman who's raising a young man can listen to this and gain some knowledge or some game on what they will encounter, what it is, the reality of this thing that's beyond the sport and what you're going to deal with. If I can help somebody not make some of the decisions that we, would not really make ourselves or hold in a high regard, that some of the decisions that we actually look down upon, if I can help prevent that one at a time, the same way that I inspired my high school players to hold their teammate accountable for taking advantage of their autistic teammate. If I can just help the next young man, right? Obviously my young black men, but whoever listens, right? This is something that just, this is a human thing, but obviously, we're speaking to our community, but whoever listens, if I can help someone get information to navigate this world, the handbook that none of us are given, that a lot of us have to learn things the hard way, then I'm here for it. I'm here for it. And those that hear me, spread what I say, man. Spread that word. If I got youth coaches, if I got high school coaches on the line, listen to what I say. Take warning to what I say. Pass it on. Because I'm not speaking in vain, nor do I ever. So that's the last word. I look forward to listening to this whole program back. And thanks for hanging around for a while. I know I took a long time, and I apologize for that. But thanks for hanging around for a while and letting me share my piece.
Well, sir, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. I appreciate you checking in. We'll speak later.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Mike Daniels, everybody there. Let me go ahead and explain one part right here. I would rather be in a room with 4 people and nobody else watching me on YouTube than to be in a room with 1 million people who are average.
And deal with it, nigga.
I'd rather be in a room with Warren Buffett. I mean, we can go down the list. Some of these folks here, we used to be able to say Bill Gates, and I'm like, Bill, and just keep your eyes off the nieces. Don't do that, Bill. Don't get yourself in trouble. But a Warren Buffett, a Jeff Bezos, a Steve Jobs. I'd rather have a live stream with just the 3 of them. Scott Galloway. I'd rather have a live stream with just the 4 of them and nobody watching than to have 1 million people watching and I'm talking to a bunch of average folk. Please understand the power of being in the right rooms. So many people are used to having, just mundane. This is really it's a good opportunity to reflect on that. You got folks who are having mundane conversations. They talk about the NFL. I talk to the NFL. Think about that for a few moments. A whole bunch of folks, they're going to be talking, everybody's been here talking about Stefon Diggs. You're talking about the Patriots. You're talking about the Broncos. You're talking about the Seahawks. They're talking about the NFL. When's your opportunity to talk to it? Okay. I think there's a lot to be said for being in that room. You got thoughts about these people. Okay, have you actually talked to somebody who works there and so they can let you know what's going on? Not a Stephen A. Smith. They ain't been there. Okay, well, I talked to folk who've been there and get their perspective on that. It'd be a whole lot. And don't get me wrong, I love having y'all around and everything like that. But man, look here. If I can sit in the room with Mike Daniels, Tom Brady, Emmitt Smith, Jason, you got thousands of us. That's just 3 of them. 3 of them's a lot when you got the right 3. Do you know the value of being in a small room? Do you know the value of being in a small room when you got the right folk in there? So I want you all to have an opportunity to hear that at length. And Mike is very, very generous about that tonight. I appreciate that very much for giving us those kind of insights because these are the things that resonate with him. As a player, as a professional, do you see the parts that resonated with him? And also, by the way, for those of you who are not picking it up there are certain things we have to be diplomatic about. There are certain parts of what he's saying you got to be diplomatic about. I know the internet is just so ready and so thirsty for drama. So there are certain things there for some of the slow bus kids. I get it. It's for you. It's, hey, he ain't flaming these folk over here. There are certain things we need to be diplomatic about because once again, how I know Stefon Diggs is not the way that Mike does. How I know these guys in the NFL is not the way he does. So it carries different weight when he makes a statement. For those of you who did not understand that. So once again, and they don't actually have the opportunity to be in these rooms. So, and that some of the behavior I've seen, I'm like, yeah, and that's the reason you'll never be. That right there? Yeah, that's the reason you'll never get there. So prepare yourself to be a spectator. You will remain. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity, folk, who they can speak about these kind of things right here. And you're going to learn. Well, you'll learn something if you're listening. So it's be in those rooms so you can hear this is how they talk. This is what they talk about. This is what they speak on. This is what matters to them. No, the stuff that you value in the situation, that's not the way they see it. They see something else. They're focusing on something else with it. And that's important too. And if I had the opportunity to speak to Stefan, I would do the same thing. I would let him, I'd be like, okay, go ahead and explain it to me. What's your perspective on it? How do you see that? I'm not even going to necessarily say that I'm listening to see he's wrong. I'm like, okay, dude, sit down and explain to me where the positive of this is. You notice I said the same thing over and over. What is the positive of this? Okay, he can sit down and explain to me what the positive is. I'll give him a fair hearing. Jason, we don't need that right there. We done already heard enough. He got 6 baby mamas. Okay, let me go ahead and talk to him. If I talk to him, I would be the same thing. Okay, let me hear what the positive is of this. And I'm going to sit there and listen. I'm not going to be interjecting. Jason, need to cut them folks off. I didn't cut off the DOC. I'm not going to do the internet's such a goofy damn place. You can hear me talk all damn night. Hell, you hear me speak every week. When other folk come up here and stuff, it's a blessing to have them go ahead and give you their insights into it. It doesn't mean we have to agree. That does not mean we have to agree, but do you have the ability to have somebody speak on something there and you give it a fair hearing without the expectation that you must agree with it? Okay, I can give it a fair hearing whether I agree with it or not. Now, that's going to be a skill set to have. However, that also comes into play whether or not you accomplish anything. Most people don't do that. So for them, it doesn't matter what they hear and what they don't hear because they're not going to accomplish anything anyway. They just talk and what they say just disappears as quickly as they said it. Can you get into rooms where when you talk, what you say really matters? Just saying. You can sit around on the internet for so damn long and be with people whose thoughts are completely irrelevant and don't matter, and you don't realize when you've become one of them. What you say just has no relevance, no impact, no significance. You might as well not sit. It's like a person smoking. Every time they puff on the cigarette, they blow out the smoke. It's a wisp of smoke comes out and then it disappears almost as fast as it formed. It disappears almost as fast as it formed. Very glad to have that. Very glad to have that. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom again. All right, I got Alicia up here. Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this one.
Okay.
It's not even Friday night yet, so if she's checking in with me, I'm bracing myself.
Yeah. So I had a question. When you say boring, are you talking about like just sexually? Because to me, like for me anyways, I don't know if guys think this way, but like boring to me means like you sit and stare at me and like you can't even hold like a coherent conversation. Like I don't think it just has to do with just like sex, right?
Okay, I'm not quite certain what you mean about the sex part of it. So what exactly does that mean?
Like, I guess what I'm asking is, what do men consider boring? I don't. What is considered boring?
Okay, what we consider boring is plain, unremarkable, not appealing, no energy. We can sit by ourselves and have that.
Yeah.
So it's in many ways similar to what you would consider to be boring.
Yeah.
Now, when you enter the sexual aspect of it, and I'm going to try to keep it PG. But when you enter the sexual aspect of a woman who's boring sexually, I'm assuming that you mean as a gender and not in the act of sex, or is that what you mean?
Like I meant like I didn't mean like do men find women boring like if they can't have like an intelligent conversation with you? Will that like bore
Well, yes, I mean that's certainly boring. Once again, unremarkable. I tried to have a verbal exchange with her and it was completely unremarkable, completely forgettable. I might as well have not said anything because I didn't take anything away from it.
Yeah.
Most people's conversations are banal. Most people's conversations are utterly and completely forgettable. Most people think they're having conversations and all y'all are doing is chit chat.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell you all, one of my rules here is don't chit chat. Mm-hmm. You know, especially for my mods, which sometimes works and a lot of the time doesn't. But most of you all's conversations is chit chat. There is no depth to it. Even when you think it does, there's no depth to it.
Yeah.
Everything that is introduced to you doesn't really have levels to it. So being able to identify that's important, but no, most of your conversations are completely expendable and forgettable.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing I don't understand with guys is like, how could you be so like stupid? Like, if you know a girl is like a hoe, like why would you get with her anyways? Well, why would you pick that? Like,
for the same reason that you as a female are willing to take a guy who's got money, even if he lacks these other things.
Yeah.
Sex, and let me explain this to you all again. It's a fundamental foundational principle I gave you all. You'll understand this. As a female, it's not so much that a man's money impresses you or whatever. But what you do is that's an insurance policy against him being a dud. Well, at the very least, you know you're walking away with something tangible of value, Okay, if he's got money, even if he's a dud, even if this doesn't work out and he's a dud at everything else, at least I walked away with something. Same thing for men. At least if there's sex in the equation, even if she's a dud, we walk away with something. Yeah. So sex is an insurance policy against walking away with nothing. Just like for you as a woman, a guy willing to spend money for whatever reason, that's your insurance policy that you're not walking away with nothing.
Yeah. See, I don't even I was talking to my friends and they're like, I was like, I want a rich guy. And they're like, you shouldn't go after a rich guy. And I'm like, why not? Why? Like, every time I've dated is broke. Like, why wouldn't I do that? Like, why would I want to be with a loser? You know what I mean?
Okay, but do you realize, now here's the thing I want you to understand though. The opposite of loser isn't rich.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah, so the opposite of the losers, okay, he's got to be rich. And it's like, I mean, that's on the other end of the extreme.
Yeah.
So I can understand why you're doing that, because that guarantees, well, I won't have a loser if I'm on that end of the extreme. I got it. But in reality, in society, in practice, the other end of the spectrum from loser isn't filthy rich.
No.
What makes men boring is a lack of experiences.
Yeah.
Most folk do not even understand what it is. If you think about it, what makes men boring is their lack of experiences.
Yeah.
They don't have experiences. So he doesn't develop a personality because he hasn't been anywhere. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't explored the world.
Yeah.
So you as a female are looking to be led by a man. You can't be led by a man who has never led himself. If he's never led himself off his couch, where is he leading you to? So you're looking to him for leadership and he can't lead you anywhere. At least Stefon Diggs can lead you to the Super Bowl.
And deal with it, nigga.
At least he can lead you to the VIP suite at the stadium at the very least.
Yeah.
And for the fellas who can't compete against the kind of thing, what they try to do is argue with you that you shouldn't want that. To which the next logical conclusion is, okay, fine. If you don't want me to value that, what are you offering? Then he tells you he's offering his presence, and you should be okay with that. So men and women, I don't fight against human nature. So I don't have stupid arguments. Yeah, there's value in getting attention. There's value in being a person who draws attention and attracts attention in a positive way. I mean, you can walk around with a Bozo the Clown suit and get attention. But I'm talking about a woman who's well put together. There's value in being able to attract positive attention. There's value in that. There absolutely is. Record labels and movie studios convert that into money every day.
Yeah, right.
But there's value in being able to draw attention. That's a skill set. And that can be a good thing. There's nothing evil about it intrinsic in and of itself. So stop telling people that they shouldn't want that. Because attention can lead to tangibles, but it also gives you something else. It gives you validation.
Yeah.
It gives you undeniable validation. You're never going to get people to stop wanting to be validated. Yeah. So stop arguing that they shouldn't want what they actually want. Yeah. The real thing is, in its proper context, in its proper proportions, get it. But stop telling them they don't want this. Stop telling women that they don't want an exciting guy. Stop telling them they want a boring fella. They don't. Stop telling them that. If she ends up with him, okay, she ended up with him, but that's not what her preference was. Because that's the end of growth. Excitement is, by definition, energy. You're going to learn things. You're going to experience things. You're going to see things. You will walk away with it a different person than you walked in, hopefully a better person. So there's value in that. And we keep lying to people and trying to convince them and brainwash them that they shouldn't want that.
Yeah, well, the problem is that I don't know if I'm getting advice to the right person, because my friend, she's 8 years older than me, and she's married. So she's kind of like, life is over. I'm like, how are you giving me advice? Like, she was in a marriage for 15 years, arranged thing. And then she went into like a marriage, like a new marriage for 2 years. And I'm like, how are you giving me dating advice when you're married? How would you know what excitement is? How would you know what any of this stuff is? Like, you've never really, you just went straight from your ex-husband to like another guy in like 2 years or something like that. Like, how would you know what dating is? How would you know what excitement is? I mean, I know that sounds bad, but
that gives you value as a man, because by definition, what is exciting to us? Novel experiences.
Yeah.
Novel experiences by definition are exciting. So by definition, we're doing something new. And women put a high premium on learning things. It's in female nature to be inquisitive, creative, learning. So you put high value on the man who can continue your learning. The father that you all respected most is the one who taught you things as a little girl. Okay, so you expect the man you're going to be with is going to continue that tradition.
Yeah.
When you realize that he cannot, you interpret that as he's failed.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really have a close relationship with my dad. I learned a lot of the stuff that I learned from my mother, because my mother and I are much closer, so it's a little bit different from me. My dad's not really like super huggy and cuddly. It's more my mom that I learned stuff with. She kind of taught me to be very, very soft and like feminine, things like that. But to check in with you, I've been doing this single thing for a while and working a lot. I haven't really been dating because I don't want to, because I've watched my sister go through.
Based on your experiences, I can imagine you've lost a taste for it there. But then again, you've already done plenty of dating. What? So
it's not even that. It's not even that. It's
yeah,
that
it is that. Yeah, it is that.
Well, I'm watching my sister literally go through the same thing that I was going through 2 years ago. Like I don't know if I should get into this too much. She's like lost her mind. She's like in the head, and she just doesn't do. She has 2 kids. Doesn't do anything, and like she just wants to give up her whole life for a guy. And I was like, I watch her and I'm like, this is not the situation I want to be in. I do not want to be that person. I do not want to be, because that was me at one point. I wanted to give up everything just for one guy, and I was like, I don't want to make that same mistake again where I feel like I have to give up my whole life for somebody else. That's what I don't want. That's what I think that's the problem I ran into. Is I felt like I was kind of like losing myself and giving up everything I cared about for this one person,
Well, I mean, the thing is, it has to be for the right person there. You can't be just going around kissing frogs all over the place because you're desperate to get to a situation. The other thing is, that's exactly what a relationship is supposed to be. You give your all to them and they give their all to you. So no, if you're holding back and reserving, that's directly anathema to that.
What was the unhealthy situation where it was very controlling? And
wow. Okay. As I just said, yeah, there's the problem is some of these choices we're making. Yeah, this isn't the place where you want to give 100% to.
Yeah.
But but the whole point is you need to be there.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I'm not going to give up my family. I'm not going to give up my friends. I'm not going to give up my pets. Sorry, I love my pets. And I'm not just going to pack up my stuff and leave with no plan and just expect everything to be okay, because then what happens if it's not? Then I'm stuck,
Well, that's why we go in slowly and stuff and we learn from it. The thing is, you just cannonball into everything and just say, let's see how it goes. No. Yeah. So, and by definition, I mean, if you've dated a dozen guys and you're not reducing that failure rate, what that means is you're not learning anything.
Yeah.
So you need to check yourselves as people. If you're going in the same situation a dozen times and it's not getting progressively better, if you can date a dozen people and they're all train wrecks, the problem isn't the dozen people. The problem is you're the coach and you're not learning. You had a dozen experiences and you haven't learned yet.
Yeah.
That really a failure of all these other people?
No. Yeah, but I've watched this train wreck happening with my sister and I. And I was like, I don't want to be there again. I've had to completely avoid her because, it's so bad, That's probably the worst thing that's dominating my life right now I hate to defend, is the worst thing that's dominating my life is right now is that my sister and I cannot have a normal relationship just because her life is so screwed up. And it's like, I feel like there's like a piece of me missing, It sucks to not have a sister who can't be there for me. I have to rely on my friends now.
Well, she's got to be there for herself first.
Yeah.
So you don't choose your family, so you can't get locked into the idea that the family must do X, Y, Z or must fill this space for you, because you have no control of that, as much as you might wish it were. And as wonderful as it might be, you can't control that. All you can control is you. And if they're having a negative effect on you, or if it's not, cohesive to where you're trying to go, that's not where you want to be at.
Yeah, I'm just hoping it's not like this forever.
Well, maybe giving her some space or give her some time to go through new experiences, and maybe she'll have an experience that wakes her up and gets her course correct.
I hope so.
I mean, definitely, like I say, well, you all are relatively young, so maybe she'll have time for that. But most importantly, maybe your example, if it goes better for you, maybe they can give her something to say, hey, let me see if I can start correcting some things.
Wait, what do you mean? Like set an example for her?
Yes.
She'll be 30. She's almost 30. She'll be 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're older than she is.
Huh?
You're older than she is.
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that here's the problem that we have with trying to influence people. Mm-hmm. The problem with trying to influence people is that we don't first become somebody that they want to be like.
Mm-hmm.
So I need you all to understand that the reason why you have social media influencers and a lot of posers out there and stuff, and they want to get a car and give people, okay, what they understand is that people listen to folk they want to be like. Mm-hmm. They don't listen. People don't actually really listen to people that they don't want to be like. So if they look at you and they don't want to be like you, they're probably not going to listen. If they do look at you and say, hey, I want some of that, now they start listening.
Well, the thing is, she's very jealous of me because she wants a kid-free life.
Well, I mean, you're female, so cattiness comes standard.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You're female, so cattiness comes standard. But the bottom line is people listen to you if you're where they want to be. They don't listen to you quite so well if you're not where they want to be. Now, does that complicate things if jealousy is involved? Well, sure, but what I am telling you is the bottom line is people don't listen to folks they don't want to be like. So if you want them to listen to you, that's the place to start with, especially if you don't have the ability to dictate anything. She's a grown woman. And if she doesn't value what you value, that could be an issue. Your influence with her, the strongest thing you can do is be the best version of you with a life worth dying for. And maybe that will influence her to see where she's missed some opportunities and can course correct.
I hope so. Because I talked to my parents, to my therapist about that. And then she basically said, if your sister doesn't have her shit together and she needs to get her own life together before she can have a relationship with you, because if she can't take care of her own life, how is she going to be able to foster something with you? Yeah,
I mean, how can you two can't, really have a relationship like that when you don't have anything in common, or the things that are most important to you, you two don't have in common. So you kind of you'd have to make it a point to not do that, especially if what she does is disruptive to the kind of person you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard situation because it's like, is this normal to reach out to my friends now to kind of fill that void? Because that's kind of what it is. I was talking to them the other day and I was like, I feel like you guys are kind of like my replacement now. I talked to you.
The most important family is family is what you choose, not where you're born.
Yeah.
The most important family is where you could remember. And if you doubt that, Jason, you're just saying that because that sounds cute. When you get married, isn't that making your family? Mm-hmm. You weren't born with your husband. You weren't born with your wife. Next thing you know, now you've claimed them as family. So, like I say, family is who you choose.
Yeah. Yeah.
It really, literally is. That's who you choose.
Yeah.
Or who you don't.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just hard when there's that breakdown, but I feel like I have to come to accept it and just be like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So.
But that's a part of your development also. At a certain point, you have to see things for what they are. Stop wrestling with it and pretending or wishing it was something you weren't. See it for what it is. And now you need to make a decision. And all of our decisions won't be pleasant. Eric Bischoff once said that sometimes there are no good decisions, just right ones.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're left with decisions that there are no good options left. There's just the right one.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of our decisions are not going to be pleasant.
Yeah. I'm sorry to turn into Alicia's therapy session, but it's just something
it usually is. However, once again, we just got off the phone for the Slow Bus kids. This is what we do. Because I understand. Mike understands this in a manner in which certain recessive folk on the internet don't. This may be the only time she has a chance to talk to somebody like this.
Yeah.
This might be the only time she ever hears a word like this. So it's incumbent on those of us who got that to make sure we stop and make sure that gets through, because for a lot of you, I never assume that you all are going to have somebody who's going to talk to you like that. I might be the only person with half a lick of sense that you speak to this year. And
it's funny. When I first
that
started
might be
watching the
necessary.
show, I was like, I think this guy's an asshole. But then I started watching a couple of episodes and I was like,
well, I am. I mean, look at you. I am. But what I am, I like to also think that as a result of that, you see what direction it's in. I'm not here to spare your feelings. I don't try to couch it in a way that I think will spare your feelings when I'm delivering it. Now, when I talk to you one-on-one, I think you also tell it, there's a shifting of gears. Mm-hmm. Now, sometimes you need the black Ayatollah. Sometimes you do. But a lot of the time you don't. So when I'm doing my monologuing and things like that, it's going to come rough, rugged, and raw. When I talk to you, it depends. You might not need that. Now, particularly hard-headed folk, talking to you, Chrissy, It may come differently, but no, I'm gonna sit here and say, oh no, and I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you straight. I'm not here to make friends about it. I'm not afraid of offending you, because the real thing is coddling you is what got you where you are. Folks who are afraid to offend you, as a female, that can be very, very difficult for you because, if sex is in the equation, well, don't offend her. Tell her what she wants to hear. Even if you know she needs to hear something different, well, that might get in the way of sex. Well, the good thing with me is, well, he's an ass. Well, yeah, because I'm not chasing sex with you. So I can just go ahead and tell you what you need to know and what you need to hear, because sex is not my goal. So is it really that he's just an ass, or is it maybe that the rest of these folks were very deceptive?
Yeah, it wasn't until I started watching the show a couple times. I haven't watched it for like
lie.
Oh, I don't know, for a little while now. I don't know how long it's been, but I started watching this and I was like, oh, you know what? This is the truth I needed to hear. Like, this actually is kind of clocking. It makes sense. Like, why does nobody else talk about this? Nobody else on YouTube except you talk about it. I mean, there's a couple of people that try, but they fail, you know?
Well, they got their own agendas with it and stuff. Most of the folk y'all are going to run into, they're trying to sell you something. They're trying to sell a course or some other garbage. And they don't actually know anything. So a lot of folks are going to get messed up on this internet thing. Hopefully you end up here and you recognize the difference and see that, hey, this is actually practical stuff, and they're not sitting up here just feeding you a line. But then again, it also depends on the person, because I have a lot of folk who do listen to me and they don't like it. So they did end up, I mean, it happens all the time. I've had a couple of folk just this year alone, and it's just 2026. We're not even 2 months in. I've had a couple of folk who called me up after years of they called in years ago and they didn't like what they heard.
I love watching the clips of you talking to the single moms. I played that for a couple of my friends and they were dying. I love the clips where you talk to the single moms and be like, no man wants you. And they go like crazy.
Well,
and I'm like, oh my God.
Okay. I don't think I've ever said that no man wants you.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
The guy who wants you is not going to be the one that you've been pining for all this time. Yeah. You're a single mom. You don't get that top of the line dude. You don't get Mr. Baritone, insightful, adventurous, innovative, creative. You don't get him. You get the little boring sad sack over here. And maybe he'll have half a lick of sense and maybe be gainfully employed. He will not be exciting. He will not be innovative. He can't afford to be. He is not going to be all those things you were hoping for before. You don't get that anymore because that guy has options.
Yeah.
And a man with options is not going to get with you who will immediately minimize all of his options. So you will get a guy. He will not be Mr. Excitement. He will not be Mr. Innovative. He will not be Mr. Swag. He will not be an alpha. He won't be any of that. He will be the one who settles for you. That's who you get. And you will make the best of it. You're going to get with the guy that you have to say the most damning, disgusting sentence that a female has to say. Well, he grew on me.
Oh, please.
Well, I was watching this one video where this girl, I think she said she got married twice. Her name was like Kitty or something. And she went totally crazy. I'm like, why are you screaming on the phone? Why are you getting so mad when someone's telling you that nobody's going to want to marry you again? You screwed up twice. Sorry, you don't get 3 chances. I don't understand why you're screaming on the phone with somebody. You're wasting your breath, Why are you yelling at someone on the phone? I don't get it. I don't get why people get so mad about that when they hear the truth, Nobody wants to marry you. You know what I mean? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, once again, it's not about nobody. It's just the prime candidates you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just common sense.
Okay, but they didn't hear it. Once again, they want to believe that they still got it. Remember, every female is walking around with that ideal man in her head, and that eventually one day she's going to slip and fall over a banana peel and end up with him. What do you do when you tell them, no, that's not going to be you? Mm-hmm. That's not going to be you. The problem with the pinch and pimp is you don't get to start a family with him. So even if you're the biggest hoe in the world, you don't get to start a family with him. Mm-hmm. So once again, if you're a single mom, you give the pinch and pimp, no do-overs for you. So you all your memories with your kids are going to be with that messed up dude you had the children with. Even if this guy is the dude, you will never have that experience with him. Your child rearing family experience is going to be with them bums, with the degenerates who are acting like you. You don't get to have that with him. So do you understand? Even if you did end up there, you're going to sacrifice it no matter what. Now, who the hell wants to hear that?
I don't know what a pension pimp is. Can you explain that to me? I know it's a loaded question. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, the guys who reach retiree age, and so they wind up grabbing a chick who, the old fella at Red Lobster walking out, he's in his damn late 50s or 60s, walking out with the chick with the 3 kids. You know, she's in her 20s with the 3 kids, you know, loading them up in his Camaro. Mm-hmm. He's retired from the water plant. He's retired from the military. He's retired from civil service. And now he's trying to leverage that to go back into the dating pool. So basically it's a chick who's he's just going to throw it at her damn feet because he no longer has to work by the hour for it. Mm-hmm. But in reality, if he really had options, he would not be here. So he's aged out and he just don't want to fight no more. He's just like, look, what can I get for this $500 a month? What can I get? You can get the single mom over here with her 3 kids. You can get that. And he's like, all right, load them up. Now, 20 years ago, he wouldn't have done that. 30 years ago, he wouldn't have done that. After 3 decades of just getting knocked in his ass and rejected, now he's just looking to make a deal. So pension pimps is pimping because it's a transaction. He's just here to make a transaction. Mm-hmm. And it comes at a cost.
Gotcha.
It comes with a cost. So that's what they are. So the salary simps, the pension pimps, they're here to make a transaction. They're here to make a deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is the worst situation for a man to be in, is making a deal.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of a sad situation to be in. Yep. I've had guys try to throw that at me.
Of course. Pension pimps are always out there touring. They're always out there touring, browsing. They're checking to see they're throwing the bait out there because that's all they got. He's aged out. He never developed a real personality. He can't work on just personality alone. He's got to come with his wallet and he's got to leverage that. So yeah, women get approached by pimp. You all meet a pension pimp at least once a week. The only way you don't is if you're just not leaving the house. And even if you're online, they're out there and everything. So once you start hearing phrases like salt and pepper, I'm like, okay. Because women don't want a salt and pepper dude. I talked about that before. Women don't want that damn mess unless she's got a daddy issue. Damn! Women don't want that. Women do not want that. It's just like seeing athletes. She knows you're vulnerable. When women see, quote, salt and pepper, that's not sexy. She thinks you're vulnerable. And she's like, oh, good. Because who are the ones who do the most talking about that? The single moms, the fat chicks, the old chicks. Females in their 20s and 30s are not looking for that. Because if that's what y'all wanted, you're drowning in them in your 20s. If that was really what you all were looking for, you all would have taken all the salt and pepper dudes. Mm-hmm. No, the only salt and pepper y'all looking for is black exterior, white interior. I'm talking the Mercedes with the black exterior and the white interior. That's the only black salt and pepper y'all looking for. Is when you start losing leverage, all of a sudden you start expanding your options and start expanding all of a sudden. You know that women have a type and men have a range. You know a woman's losing leverage when she starts developing a range. When you all give up on your type and you start developing a range, yeah, that's because you're running out of options. So you got to start developing a range. That's when a woman's on the decline. And that now she's finally accepting it. She's on the decline. Now she got a range. Okay, I don't want the young athletic dude. Okay, the fella in his physical prime. Okay, whose granddaddy is out here? Whose granddaddy need a chick? Because I need a sponsor. And I'm not fighting these 20-somethings and 30-somethings anymore because I'm losing. So let me go get a fella who ain't competitive. Pension pimps ain't competitive. He's just looking to make a transaction. Yeah, she wants Mr. Competitive, but Mr. Competitive doesn't want her.
Yeah.
So she got to go get a competitive pimp. They're all fighting with each other about who gonna bid. Yeah. But if they had real options, she wouldn't even be in the room. So those are the pension pimps.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty sad and pathetic if you ask me. I'm just saying.
I mean, like I say, it can be objectively speaking, but if that's where you rank, that's where you rank. Getting folks to accept that can be very difficult.
Yeah.
But you don't see females stunting about the pension pimp. If they try it, it goes bad. It just goes bad.
Yeah, it's boring. That's my definition of boring. Someone just throws around money to be happy. It's like,
well, I mean, that goes wrong with being a retiree. There's no such thing as an exciting retiree.
No.
You're either out here in the arena making things happen or you're retired and sitting at home vegetating. But yeah, I mean, once again, that's what I'm saying. She has to give up on that. She's got to give up on it. The Tom Joyner cruise is not excitement.
Yeah. So, yeah, but I've just been doing me for a while. I've just been staying out of the game and just doing whatever,
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're doing you and other folks ain't. What? And like I say, if we can just maintain this for a little bit, we might be able to go ahead and correct this. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, thanks for letting me check in with you. It was good speaking with you as always. Always a good conversation. Always good to hear the truth from somebody. Not enough people say it.
Well, thank you very much for checking in. We appreciate that. Yeah, that can be rough on them. That can be rough. The majority of the world just lies to women because they're trying to get something out of them, and women are like, hey, keep lying to me. That comes with a cost. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom again. We got Ambrosia up here on Zoom. At least I think I do. All right, there you go. All right, Ambrosia, what's on your mind?
Jason, I have a question. Do you think that one of the reasons why these young athletes who are at the top of their game in their prime are pursuing all these women with the main character energy is because it's like an adrenaline rush? Because I can understand being the excitement of the game, the rush of playing, and then when they get off that field, they're still chasing that adrenaline rush, and the women are just coming after them.
Well, yeah, because these are women at the top of their game. I mean, these are women at the top of their game. You take a look at most of them who are on that boat with Stefan. These are females at the top of their game. They're in their prime. Okay, well, so is he. So they automatically have that in common. Most females are like most men. They don't have a personality. They're not accomplished. There's nothing interesting going on. So if you have an opportunity, I mean, in your daily life, if you have an opportunity between spending time with interesting people and time with completely uninteresting people, where the hell are you going to go? That's a no-brainer. Most people just want to be uninteresting and unremarkable. So as an athlete, you're already a remarkable person. Already. You get a lot of remarkable attention. By definition, they're going to gravitate to that. So you're very competitive men. These women are, that's what I was saying before, these are women who jumping up. They stepping up. They're not sitting back talking about, okay, wallflowers hoping they get noticed. She's like, oh, you going to notice me because I'm going to hop in your lap. These other chicks don't understand. Closed mouth don't get fed. And so they're sitting over there waiting for you to notice them. I'm going to make sure you can't not notice me. And they have enough experience that they know how to do it. They know how to approach a man and be noticed. And next thing you know, you're hogging all the oxygen. Whereas these other females are holding on to their Prince Charming fantasy that he's the man for me and God has put him here. And I just need to sit here long enough until he walks over. And eventually he's going to walk over here. And that's not the way that works. So these women are being assertive. And here's the really killer thing about it. Most men are looking for that. They're not, women can be dominant in their own way. I've said this years and years ago. You all would be amazed, because there's actually been experiments that have been done with this. You all would be amazed if you were at the mall, you see a fella just standing there by himself at the shoe store or whatever. You all would be amazed how many of them you could walk up to and simply grab him by the hand and walk off with him without him saying a word. You would be surprised. And you're like, they're going to call the police on me. Well, one of them might, but not all of them. Mm-hmm. And I mean that seriously. One of them may. Doubtful. He's probably going to say, what are you doing? But you would be surprised how many of them would just walk off with you. Now, of course, they're going to want to know where you're leading them because they don't want to get mugged. But what I am saying is that, yeah, that's absolutely a real thing. So a female who is assertive, same thing for what you think about men. She knows what she wants. She's not being ambiguous. She's not making me play no guessing games. I don't have to read her damn mind. She putting her cards out here. The chick over there on the wall, I don't know what her deal is. She wants me to go over there and find out. This chick right here don't want me to guess nothing. She running up and tell me what it is. So if nothing else, she's going to get to monopolize the time because she's removing guesswork. Now, you can call her a hoe or whatever. She's removing the guesswork. The chick over there on the wall wants us to just divine her intrinsic value. Okay, this is guesswork. And what's the problem with guesswork? Risky. This other chick over here, at least we know what we're dealing with. And that doesn't mean we're necessarily going to say yes, But just understand, she's going to get first dibs. She gets first dibs because she took it. And by the way, as a man, we respect that. We respect a woman who goes for what she wants. We respect a woman who's like, hey, you the ones. Oh, really? Okay. We respect that, just like you as women do. As men, we respect that. She knows what she wants. She goes and gets that. Okay. She's definitely showing us that she's got problem solving skills, or at least, completion of task skills. Task completion skills. She certainly got that. Miss Wallflower, I don't know. She's still sitting over there.
So why do you think they take the chance of having children with them then? Why have all this unprotected? Because I get that. I get all that. But why have all this unprotected sex and have all these babies with women that they know that they're just for a good time, not necessarily a long time?
Because these men are insecure, and getting her pregnant is claiming her. Not the way you all think of it. Getting her pregnant is basically putting his shit on her. So this is claiming this is his property. No man gets you pregnant without that. That's what he's trying to do. He is trying to establish to other males his property.
Okay. Okay. So after they've created all these children that they're not necessarily going to be able to raise and go through all these women, then they'll want to settle down and get the so-called quiet girl, not necessarily boring.
Not really. Not really.
No?
No, if we end up with a quiet chick, that was just incidental. Because quiet chicks are some of the biggest hoes.
And deal with it, nigga.
That chick sitting over there on the wall with the glasses and the bookworm, most of them are hoes too. Yeah, most of them are hoes too. And it's not about they're quiet because they don't want folks to know what's going on. No, I'm just saying that most females get around. And the quiet, all of you get approached. All of you get approached. The quiet ones, the loud ones, the fat ones, the skinny ones, the educated, the dummies. All females get approached. So it's really about how desirous she is to buy what you're selling. But this idea that being less talkative or being more demure decreases that, no, because the men are coming to you. As long as you got a sex organ, you're being approached. So it's really crimes of opportunity. So this idea that quiet equals, reserved, no, there's no truth to that whatsoever. Sexual behavior is reflexive. It's not something it's biological. That's not something you have a choice in. So how you move and operate sexually has nothing to do with school. How you act at school or your job. It has nothing to do with that. How you act sexually has nothing to do with those things at all. So she might be the class bookworm, and she probably, that's not, the fact that she's quiet in class doesn't mean that she's not the biggest freak. She's just quiet freaking. Because she's not used to having to be talkative like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. I do. I agree with that. Yeah. I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Now, also, those guys get them pregnant because he's feeling his way through life. He's not thinking. So it's very feminine. Sounds like the females talk about, yeah, he's not thinking his way through. He's feeling it. He feels like getting this chick pregnant because there's something he wants, and he can't really figure out how to get it otherwise. And a lot of them, these fellas, when they get them pregnant, she'll stay. If I get her pregnant, she'll stay. Here's the problem. He finds out, as Spock said on Star Trek, that having is not so pleasing a thing as wanting. Mm-hmm. And then once he gets her locked down, okay, now she's changed. Well, not really. She's like, okay, well, we're going to be parents now, so now they're going to be responsibilities. Well, we didn't have that before. We didn't have a kid before either. So now her relationship to him is altered. What's he saying? You're not fun anymore. Let me go find somebody who's a little more fun. Because now she's coming to him 24/7 with responsibilities, and now he's just starting the cycle.
Okay. When I was in the chat, I was seeing a lot of people were posting that, a lot of the homes are broken because this society is being matriarchally led. And I just wanted to say, I don't agree with that. We haven't had true matriarchs within our community since pretty much my grandma's era, the silent era. We haven't had real matriarchs in the family because matriarchs were the ones that you could come to who had words of wisdom, who had guidance, who understood that a child may be special needs and was always gravitating to that baby. So we aren't led by, I don't believe that we're led by a matriarch.
Well, that's semantics. Okay. The quality of the matriarchy is relative. I get what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Matriarchy isn't a value judgment, not really in strictest definition. But even if you want to do that, fine. We live in a gynocracy.
Okay, I don't know what gynocracy is.
Okay, gynocentric.
Okay.
So you live in a place that's pandering to females.
Yes, okay.
And few things indicate the decline of a society like a gynocracy does. Once you get to that point, now it's pretty much game over. Mm-hmm. It'll either be a slow collapse or a long or a fast one, but you're going to collapse because women don't build.
So I actually saw a video today from another podcaster, and she was asking another feminist, what are you going to do when the men stop doing the hard jobs that the women can't? Women don't build, this building that we're in, women didn't build it. Women aren't doing well work. Women aren't doing hard plumbing work.
Yeah, women aren't demanding equality there.
Yes, and what are you going to do when the men start deciding that they're no longer going to do those things? Society will collapse. And of course, the other chick, she didn't have an answer. She says, well, I'm not worried about that. And it's like, well, you should be, because we need men. We need men to do those hard jobs. I don't know how many women that are going to get on top of a skyscraper and build. I'm not doing it. I've seen some of the documentaries with plane, trains, and automobiles, and what it takes to make some of these engines that go into these yachts and these boats. And there's no way. It's just not something that women can do. It's not.
It's not something women desire to do.
No.
Even if you try to train them, this is not something they desire to do. It doesn't come naturally. And if you do it to them, they start acting more masculine. Well, yes, by definition, you have to be. So this is going to be an extremely difficult thing to try to pigeonhole in there because women don't desire to do it. Yes, because doing it makes you more masculine. Mm-hmm. So she's either going to be a woman who doesn't do these things, mm-hmm. or she's going to do these things and become less of a woman. So which will it be?
Mm-hmm.
And that's really where it's going to come down to. So they can talk all that garbage they want to. They're not asking for equality on the oil rigs, on the construction sites, in the skilled trades, auto repair. They're not demanding equality there. Plenty of jobs opening, and the women are like, yeah, not me. Mm-hmm. Working outside in 110-degree heat or 10-degree temperatures, the women are like, yeah, not me. So it's very, very silly. But that's a gynocracy when you have made the society, the men have created such excess comfort for the society that now you've got the females responding in irrational, destructive ways because you've made things so comfortable that now they have the ability to be destructive with it. So you're definitely in a gynocracy, and that's not a good place to be at all. That means because no one is taking their feminine roles, responsibilities. The men are still doing their masculine responsibilities. The females have effectively given themselves rights to check out. And as a result, the first thing that suffers is the children. That's the first thing that suffers. It's not going to be the last one, but it'll be the first one. Because when women start failing, women become suicidal. When women start failing, they give up on living. Okay, well, the children can't do that. When the woman says the kids don't need no man, no, baby, you don't need one, and you're admitting you're defeated. So that's the first thing they start doing when that happens. And that's not good.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all I really wanted to say.
Well, and also following up on the athletes thing there, also, they're not thinking about the future.
Well, don't they understand, like, an injury can take them out in any game. Every game is pretty much a roll of dice.
None of them think that way. None of them think that way. They start, like I say, a lot of this is parallel to the females. They're thinking that won't be me. I've got more heart. That right there is the seductive delusion for men, that the amount of heart I have will see me through anything. I can lose a whole leg. If I got heart, I'll hop down this damn field doing the 40 in 10 seconds. So that's really what they come away with is I'm special. I'm different. Look at all the other guys I beat out to get here. So I'm going to double down on, quote, believing in myself and working hard. And that will solve all my problems. Take a look at all the problems it solved to get me here. So as long as I'm willing to drill down and dig, that will solve everything. So what you're really saying is as long as I got more heart and more willpower. And these are not things you can measure. You don't actually know that you have more willpower than the guy next to you. You might hope it. You might think it. You don't know it because there's no way to measure it. And just because you got beat on the field doesn't mean you didn't have more willpower either. You can be out there trying your damnedest and not really excelling. So for them, it's very deceptive in that regard, especially when you're applying this to your life in general. Now you're applying that. And they're not thinking about the future. They're not thinking about legacy. I mean, they're not really thinking about planning it. They're working on, as long as I keep doing so, everything's going to fall in place. That's their mentality. That everything will fall into place as long as I keep doing X, Y, Z. It becomes that. And that's what they are. So they're not thinking about 10 years from now and what have these women done to your kids 10 years from now. He's thinking about what he needs right now. He needs a chick who rock with him for real. Sex is like a drug. So he needs a chick who's going to help him to forget all the screwing up he done did. Now he becomes infantilized. He's a big ass man baby. So everything with the females is about fun, fun, fun. Yes, that's what Mike was pointing out tonight for all the folks who didn't understand that. Everything becomes about distraction. Run away from adulthood. Adulthood is hard. Adulthood is stressful as hell. It's difficult. It ain't fun. Okay, well, if you're trying to run from that, I need some fun up in here. So it becomes about avoiding responsibility, avoid accountability, avoid difficulty, avoid stress, avoid adulthood. Now, the only females you get along with are playmates. And you know from being an adult yourself, who are the folks who messed up the most? The ones who are running around, everything's a playmate with them.
Well,
And
I will say this.
You can't raise a family with a playmate. As soon as you tell that guy playtime is over, now he's like, yeah, well, I'm gone.
Well, I can say that I have witnessed that type of behavior, especially in adult male Black athletes, due to the fact of their mothers. I have literally seen the way the mothers, from doing sport charter flights, how the mothers baby these grown men on the plane, and it's very disturbing. And these grown men fall into this childlike behavior on the aircraft with their mothers on the plane, and the mom is petting him and cooing him. So I've even seen an athlete's mom feed him, literally cut his food up and feed him on the aircraft.
Yeah, I mean, because her interaction with him is at a childlike level. That's as far as women really get. If there's not a man in the home, you all don't know how to turn a boy into a man. You have no idea how to do that. All you can really do is keep perpetuating where you started. So you hit this treadmill between the ages of 0 and 4. If there's a man in the home, the first thing he's going to tell you, stop doing that. Do not do that. Do not help. Stop coddling him. Stop doing all that nonsense. A female left to her own devices, you start treating your boys like puppies. And now he's eternally a puppy. And if he gets around other men, now he goes to the NFL and all these other things there. But that's no thanks to you. That really wasn't you. You didn't have really anything to do with the productivity part of it. So if there's not a man around to stop you all from infantilizing boys, you will just spoil them until they're worthless. Mm-hmm. And that's what occurs. Now he goes into pro sports. He's a great racehorse and a poor male. A poor man. Now he's just a racehorse. And the problem is, every racehorse meets the same end. Everyone. He's either going to leave when he can't run, or he's going to get put down when he can't run. Mm-hmm. But there is no lifetime anything here. So definitely when females start doing that, once again, that's the best level of interaction she can have. He's just her big baby boy. As men, we don't want baby boys. That's not who we are. That's not what we do. And you're not worth anything. When we get a hold of them, it's off to manhood. It's off to that. So the surest way to kill that in the boy is leaving with his mom. Unless she's a certain type of mother, and every female tells herself that she is. And the problem is you don't tend to do that very well either, because now you're just kind of a shrieking harpy at him. And that's not how men deal with males either. Women nag and complain. What she can't do is teach him. So even if she sees something that's deficient, once he gets to a certain age, she's just really nagging. What she's not doing is fixing it, because she can't.
Well, I think the sports league actually wants to recruit those type of males, especially black males, because they're easily controllable and manipulable. So I think that because we see it so much in the sports league, that one of the reasons why you have so many black athletes that have no fathers is because that's what they're looking for. It's easy to misdirect them.
They're running a multi-billion-dollar operation. Just like Jeff Bezos and Amazon and Walmart have a quote ideal employee, and when you find out what that is, you realize, oh hell, this isn't very good. It's the same thing in pro sports or Hollywood. Jeff Bezos and Amazon have said their ideal employee is somebody who works for the company for 2 to 3 years. Now, you think about that for a few moments. Amazon has said this. Well, obviously, what you realize is that I'll be damned. Well, that's going to, even under that crazy metric, you're going to exhaust the pool of available employees within a relatively short amount of time. Mm-hmm. So that fantasy that would work, it's like that, okay, you can fantasize about that for company efficiency and whatever this metric of profitability you have, but that's not something you can actually use. It would be different if you had a limitless number of people or a limitless number of folk who want to work for you, but you don't. So this is impractical and irrational. But for their company, ideally, that's who they would want. In the NFL, ideally, they want someone who will just run the ball, do as you're told, and run the ball. Do as you're told, shoot the ball. Come back tomorrow night, rinse, repeat. And don't complain about the next contract. So ideal, and as the contracts get perpetually worse. So in the NFL and the NBA, that's their ideal candidate. Their ideal candidate would be that guy. Right there. And that's what they're looking for.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jason. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, man, these guys, when the man doesn't know where he's going or doesn't care where he's going, he doesn't have a long-term plan, that can be a difficulty there. He's going to start following his nose. The worst thing a man can do is follow his nose. This chick is fine. This car is fine. This is fly. I like how this feel. Dangerous, because people can see when a man is following his nose. People can see when a man's not thinking. He's feeling his way through this, but he's not thinking. Especially females. You figure females are just blind and wrapped off in feeling and emotion. Women get very cognizant when they're dealing with a man who's feeling his way through things. When she sees, oh, you're not feeling, you're not thinking, you're feeling. Women go immediately into exploitation mode. As soon as a female sees that a male is feeling and not thinking, whether it's her dad, whether it's a teacher, whether it's her husband, whether it's a supervisor at the job, as soon as a female sees that when she comes around, you stop thinking, you start feeling, she starts trying to extract things from you. She starts trying to get something for nothing, and she starts trying to extract as much as she can. What does that really tell you? That means immediately they stop respecting you. As soon as they see that you stop thinking and feeling, you start feeling and not thinking, She starts thinking, okay, I don't respect you. Let me just start extracting things. Let me take whatever I can get and let me just extract it. It goes that way for a reason. We did a nice program here to go ahead and do a deep dive on this, you all. We did a retrospective on it. It worked out exactly the way we all thought it would. And the next part's going to go exactly the way I told you it would also. She's going to be quiet for a while because she's humiliated. She's going to try to bounce back from this as immediately as she can. She's going to try to hop on the horse. And when she starts looking for new options, she's going to realize it's even worse than it was before. And that's where that will be. She left Offset just to find out that we are all the same. Ain't that something? She divorced Offset just to come back out here onto the streets and find out that we are all the same. Maybe the rest of these females will listen and realize that too. We're not different. We're all the same. No man made 7 to 8 figures so he can be with one female. You tell yourself that if you want to. No man does that just so you can be his only option. Not unless you are everything. And he's the one who tells you everything. You're not the one who gets to decide that. So, and 99% of you, it's like, stop lying to yourself. That's just silly. Please stop telling yourself that you everything, baby. You everything to that guy working down there at everything's $1. You're everything to him. To world-class men, please stop making an ass of yourself. You sound like the fellas. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. Announcement. Tomorrow night we'll be having a special program. I know it's Friday, but tomorrow night we will be having a special program. We are going to be discussing who killed Valentine's Day. What? Tomorrow night's program, we'll be having a program about who killed Valentine's Day. And there'll be some changes. The chat room is going to be for members only.
Nigga, what?
So tomorrow night in the chat room, it'll be for members only. So if you have your membership, you are ready. You've got your card and you are ready to go. If you don't, you might want to get on the good foot. But for tomorrow, we're going to be having a conversation because there were some things that happened earlier this week, and it's actually going to dovetail off of last week's program. There are some things that have occurred. I think it's going to be a good conversation to have. But we've gone past Galentine's Day, y'all. We've gone past that. We are now at Who Killed Valentine's Day. And if some of you have gotten around, you've seen the stores are overflowing with balloons. There's enough candy to kill Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It's a mess out there. It's a bunch of women now buying flowers for women.
What? Damn! Auntie, chill!
Right now, you go take a look at the places, man. We got a bunch of women buying flowers for other women. This is what happens when you thought life would be better off with the bear. So, tomorrow night, Who Killed Valentine's Day? Chat room is going to be for members, so make sure you have yours. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. Shout out to Mike Daniels for giving us a call tonight and dropping the game. Appreciate that. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that subscribe button. Click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you're not members of our Patreon, we do it Saturdays, 12 noon Central Time. You are more than welcome to check in with us and be a part of that as well. There's a reason why folks do it. It's there for a reason. It's not selling you anything. As a matter of fact, it's giving you a whole lot more than you think. Just ask the folks who are members of that. I want to thank everyone who has contributed for the nice program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out to Ken Sale. Shout out to Ken Sale there. We appreciate that. Whoa, Diggity. Thank you very much for your support here as well. Ianto gave out some memberships. He's trying to help y'all. He is trying to help you there. Suleiman, thank you very much for your support here. Infinite Blaze, Mr. SF Black, Mogul Maze, everybody else here tonight, thank you very much for your support here as well. We appreciate that. Tomorrow night, Friday the 13th, be here or be there. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, all of my brothers and all of my sisters from all around the world, remember, handle your business, or your business will show up at the Super Bowl and handle you.